everybody else. It's great.
I'll stick on 17.
Okay, I'll just suffer through it. I'll tell my eye doctor it's all your fault.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this meeting of the Oklahoma City Planning Commission. Before we begin, I'm just going to start with just a few housekeeping items. First, please take this moment and silence your cell phones, if you would. Also, just a reminder that if you're wanting to address the commission, you can reach out to staff. I believe we've got forms here for you to just fill those out, and you will be called upon to speak. When you address the commission, please remember that you'll have 5 minutes to address any of your issues or concerns. We reserve the right to limit you in your comments when it comes to making the repeated, if your neighbors made a comment about a concern, you don't need to make that same, address that same concern because we're going to have that, we'll have heard it once already. If you are here with a large group, we'd ask that you appoint a spokesperson to speak on behalf of all of the concerns that you have so we can give everyone an opportunity to have their issues heard. And as like any other public meeting, we just ask that you be respectful of each other, respectful of the process. The golden rule is highly in effect here for the Planning Commission. So our next item is to receive the minutes from our previous meeting. So we just need a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the minutes from the December 8th, 2022 meeting.
Commissioner Clare has moved that we receive the minutes from the September 8th, 2022 meeting.
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Whenever we get the chance. Commissioner Clare. Yes. Excellent. Please cast your votes when available.
I do not have my voting capability, so I'll voice vote aye.
Commissioner Clare votes aye. And the motion passes. All right. I know it's not showing up here. Yeah, I didn't see it on my screen. Okay. We're now in line for continuance requests. We'll begin with uncontested continuance requests.
Yes, item 34, SPUD 1423, defer to February 9th. Item 35, PUD 1924, defer to February 23rd. Item 36, SPUD 1466, defer to February 9th. Item 37, KC 7511, defer to February 9th. And item 38, SPUD 1485, defer to February 23rd.
Thank you. Is there anyone here who was wanting to be heard on any of those items? Items 34, 35, 36, 37, or 38? Seeing none, we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant the uncontested continuance requests as read.
Commissioner Clare moves to approve the uncontested continuance requests as read.
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Uh-oh. Excuse us while we're working through our technology.
Motion by Clare, second by Powers.
Yes, sir. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes. Yeah, I think we're gonna, is there a way that to make sure we're still able to see the results? Okay. Okay. I'm being told by the municipal counselor that we need to make sure we know how everyone's voted, so we're going to have to do a voice vote on the motion to approve the uncontested continuance requests. We'll begin with Commissioner Clare.
Aye.
Commissioner Powers.
Aye.
Commissioner Privet.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkle.
Aye.
Commissioner Govine. Aye. Commissioner Noble.
Aye.
Commissioner LaForge.
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. We're now in line for new continuance requests.
Item 4 is case C-7491, defer to February 9th. Item 14, case PC-10862, defer to February 23rd. Item 20, PUD 1715-SP02, defer to February 23rd. And finally, item 33, case PC-10859, defer to February 23rd.
And Mr. Chair, if now's the right time, I wanted to potentially consider adding 2 other new requests for items 31 and 32. I think you would ask if there was anybody that wanted to be heard, and so those 2 included. If anybody wants to be heard now about a potential inclusion of those for continued. It's my understanding the applicant has not had a chance to discuss with the neighbors. The applicant is considering requesting a continuance. If you want to let them speak to themselves, but otherwise I'd like to include them unless there's objection.
Yes, I think we should consider that at least, but we'd want to hear from our neighbors to make sure that they'd be amenable to that. But go ahead, Councilor.
Sure, yeah, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I represent the applicant on items 31 and 32. We have not had a neighborhood meeting. There was a protest letter in the file. My understanding is that there are multiple people here. Seeing that it's a long docket and these items are at the end of the docket, what I'm trying to avoid is having everybody waste their entire afternoon sitting here for the chairman to ask me the question whether or not a neighborhood meeting has been held. When I answer no, you will undoubtedly send us packing to go have that neighborhood meeting. So in an effort to avoid everyone wasting their time and just have me waste my time, I thought perhaps we would defer this to February 23rd and allow us to have a neighborhood meeting.
Thank you. We do know that there are a number of neighbors who are here. We are certainly happy to consider the case, but it is highly likely, looking at the commission, that we would just continue it after we heard your concerns. So the real option is we can continue it now, everybody can go home, or we can wait and hear it fully at the end of, but it's at the end of the agenda, and it is a long agenda today. So even though, and it does look likely because a neighborhood meeting has not occurred about this project, that we wouldn't vote today. We would likely continue it today because you all haven't had the chance to meet with the developer. I don't know if there's any neighbors who, maybe I'll just go with a show of hands. Those okay with continuing the application today, right now, before we even consider it at the end of the agenda? Anybody in favor of that?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you?
Please.
Could we have a show of hands of just people who are here on this item? Okay, and then of those?
And then of those people who are here for this item, would you like us to go ahead and continue it now? Then you could have the rest of your afternoon?
Speak out loud.
Well, you'd have to come to the podium, sir. If you have a comment about whether or not we grant this continuance.
You know, most of us work. We've taken off time for our day to be here, and we'll have to presumably do that again on the 23rd. Our opposition is not going to change to the premise of what we were notified in writing, but what we were notified in writing is even different than the language used in the docket today for the agenda. It's disheartening, but we're here. Can we not hear it?
We definitely can.
We're not organized as a unit, so we're just neighbors who all are here to express our opposition, but it's inconvenient to stick around till the end of the agenda, but this is important to all of us, and so is our job, and taking off for a half day from work today and then doing it again February whenever, and then if there's a large contingency of us show up again, it wouldn't surprise me if there was another request for a continuance until there's less opposition here to speak. So my vote is, if I have a say, I'd like to speak up today and be heard today.
That's
I
certainly.
know, we understand you may not.
Oh, yeah,
take a
that's
vote on
certainly
it, but
fine.
I want you to hear our opposition and why.
Yeah.
So do the majority of you agree with that?
Okay. That's great. Then let's move forward with only the new continuances. that
As
were
read?
already read, and excluding 31 and 32, and when we get to the docket, we'll hear those out. And apologies in advance if we end up not being prepared to vote, but we'll hear yours in line at the end of the list. Thank you.
All right, and just as a reminder, we are preparing to vote on granting continuances for items 4, 14, 20, and 33. Is there anyone here wanting to be heard on any of those items? Seeing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the new continuance requests as read.
The motion is to approve the new continuance requests as read. It's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. Please cast your votes when available. Is it gonna be able to show us the results? We can't see it.
I've got yay for Claire, yay for Powers, yay for Privet, yay for Hinkle, yay for Govine, yay for Pennington, yay for LaFord, and yay for Noble.
Is that sufficient for the record?
He doesn't have a microphone.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go ahead and voice vote that, since it's not showing the results. So we'll begin voting again on the motion to grant the new continuances as read. Commissioner Claire?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet? Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge? And I vote aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. We're now in line for the consent docket.
Item 1 is case C 7517, final plat of the Oklahoma City Convention Center, located south of West Reno Avenue and west of South Santa Fe Avenue. Item 2, case C 7520, final plat of 300 Northeast 70th Street, that is located north of Northeast 63rd Street and east of North Santa Fe Avenue. And finally, item 3, case 7515, final plat of Redstone Ranch Phase 9, located north of West Britton Road and west of North Mustang Road.
Thank you. Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on items 1, 2, or 3? Seeing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the consent docket as read.
Commissioner Claire moves to approve the consent docket as read.
Second.
That's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes when available. We'll try it.
Yay.
Commissioner Privet votes aye.
Figure I'd get it out of there.
No results. We'll go ahead and proceed with the voice vote. Commissioner Claire?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet? Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge? I also vote aye. That motion is approved unanimously. We're now in line, item 4 has been deferred to February 9th. We're now in line for item 5.
Item 5 is case C 7476, preliminary plat of Hera Estates, located north of Southeast 119th Street and west of South Hera Road. This also includes a variance to section 5.3.1.d.5 of the subdivision regulations.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is a site that we actually just came through the zoning probably 6-7 months ago. If you recall, there are a host of RA uses in the area, so we zoned this to RA. This is simply the plat that comes after. So it's about 65 acres, minimum 1 acre lot size. In terms of the TEs, we agree with 1, 2, 3, and 4, but we are requesting a variance to 5.3.1.d.5 as it relates to interconnection. The reason being, when you look at the area surrounding it, everything is pretty well divided out into lots that are going to be developed or already developed. And so the only opportunity to really connect would be to the west, and that has been carved out specifically for a home site. So there is no possibility to interconnect anywhere within this plat. I understand that, the policy with interconnection, this is just not that situation. I think this lot line layout shows you that that's the case. Any connection we would make would be connecting to an individual's home site. So there's no opportunity to connect neighborhood to neighborhood. So with that, we agree with 1, 2, 3, and 4, and would ask for a variance on TE number 5.
Staff thoughts on granting the variance?
I have no concerns with that.
And David, the one to the north, is that a private road?
Yes, sir.
It is? Okay.
Looks like
Or-
a
yeah.
cul-de-sac.
And our access comes off right here. There's no right-of-way that touches us.
Oh, okay, yeah, I
These are-
see it now.
yeah, these are lots.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Explain that to me, please.
These are
Or like
private lots.
a
There's a
trail.
cul-de-sac right here, so that doesn't appear there's any right-of-way that actually touches us. Our single point of access is right here. We don't need a variance as it relates to number of lots or access or anything like that. It's just the interconnection. When you look at the way that this thing's been divided out, there's really no opportunity for interconnection.
Again, Sarah, I don't know if you have anything? Okay. If you're good.
No, and the street to the north dead ends to serve those homes.
Okay. Any questions from commissioners for the developer? Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on this item, item 5, C-7476? Any further discussion from commissioners? Seeing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay, I will move to approve C 7476.
Oh, we need to vote on the variance
Variance
first.
first.
Oh, yeah.
And I apologize, Commissioner Privet, that I didn't give you the chance to start our discussion as well. So
It's all right. Move to approve variance to section 5.3.1.D.5.
the motion before the commission is to approve the variance to section 5.3.1.D.5 of the subdivision regulations. It's been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes when available. That's passed, but no results are appearing. Do we need to go ahead and voice vote? Commissioner Clare?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion to approve the variance has been granted. We are now in line for a motion on the item.
Move to approve case number C 7476.
Subject to the technical evaluation.
Subject to technical evaluations. Thank you, Nate.
Commissioner Privet moves to approve C-7476, including technical evaluations 1 through 4. It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Commissioner Clare, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner, it's up. Let's see if it works. If everyone's voted virtually.
Nope.
Looks like it's still not working. Let's go ahead and go with the voice vote for the record. Commissioner Clare?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 5 is approved. We're now in line for item 6.
Item 6 is the final plat of Hara Estates, located north of Southeast 119th Street and west of South Hara Road.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is the final plat associated with the preliminary plat you just voted on. We agree with TEs 1, 2, 4, and 5. TE 3 would ask that you strike that as the variance was just approved on the previous application.
Makes sense. Thank you. Commissioner Privet?
Does TE2 really, I mean, it's not talking about street stubs, it's just talking about the street with the neighborhood, right?
Well, 3
Okay.
would have been required if we had not granted the
Okay,
variance.
but 3 is the one
So
you're not
2
good
he's
with.
okay
Three.
with.
Okay. I was thinking it was 2. All right, cool. I'll, got anybody signed up to speak on this? I don't know why we would on it.
Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on this item, C-7480? Nope, think we're ready.
Okay, I'll move to approve C 7480, subject to technical evaluations 1, 2, 4, and 5, striking number 3.
Commissioner Privet moves approval of C-7480, removing TE3 and keeping the rest in place. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. Please cast your votes when available. And we will, I guess we'll see if it's working.
Nope.
Nope, okay. Well, then we're gonna voice vote. Commissioner Clay?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine? Yay. Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're
Thank
now
you.
in line for item 7.
Item 7 is case C-7518, preliminary plat of Portland Power Center, located north of 178th, northwest 178th Street and east of North Portland Avenue.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzau with Johnson & Associates, address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. This is one of the final pieces of the Grove Master Planned Development in northwest Oklahoma City. This is the commercial portion of the project. It conforms with all the aspects of the PUD. There are a few TEs, but I would like to discuss TE3. We agree with TE1 and 2. TE3 seeks to place limits of no access along the section line roads. The PUD specifically calls out the drive locations that are permitted, and we would like that to be per the PUD. Further, Portland has specific limits of no access because it's a state highway, and we will conform to those. So we would ask that you eliminate TE3 because the PUD outlines our driveway spacing and access permitted.
Okay. This is in Ward 8. Commissioner Noble, would you like to begin our discussion?
Should we see if anyone's here to speak on it?
Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on this item, C-7518? I would like to hear from staff on removing TE3, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if Jeff, Sarah?
Jared, would you mind just kind
Jared.
of speaking as to why we needed both of those, or if we don't anymore?
So normally we would, if there's lots that are being served by a local street or a collector street, then we would have limits of no access off of the main road. If there are provisions in the PUD that allow for some access, then in those areas I don't see why there'd be an issue there. We would want to make sure that spacing is maintained between the newly created street and the access drives. But when they go for a building permit, they would be reviewing that against the PUD.
Oh, okay.
And I forgot to say Jared Martin, Planning Department. So
Great. Commissioner Noble?
Are there access to the neighborhood?
There's a shared access to the neighborhood off of 184th Street on the north, but there is no
Other access?
direct access
Okay.
to be.
Yeah, so I agree.
Any other questions, concerns from commissioners?
I guess I'm a little bit puzzled by this. Is it just that you object to actually labeling the areas that are not subject to access on the plat for some reason, or?
Sure, that's a great question. So if we were to label them on the plat today without knowing where the final users are going to place their drives, then we would have to go through a plat vacation process to change that. So as Jared mentioned, at every building permit, when some of these out parcels develop, if a driveway could be permitted, let's say there's 400 feet, we've got to be 200 foot of separation. We have wiggle room as to where that can go. If we today place limits of no access, we lose all flexibility for the future users.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Any other questions, concerns from commissioners? Commissioner Noble?
I move to approve C-7518,
You want to remove TE3?
subject to technical evaluations 1 and 2.
The motion from Commissioner Noble is to approve C-7518, which includes the removal of TE3. It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes when available. The motion has passed, we're told, but we need to go ahead and have the votes on the record. Commissioner Clare? Yay. Commissioner Powers? Yay. Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Yay. Commissioner Govine? Yay. Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We are now in line for item 8.
This is case
Brought in the big guns.
C-7519, final plat of Magnolia Harbor, Phase 2, located south of Northwest 23rd Street and west of Overholser Drive, and a variance to section 5.2.8.b of the subdivision.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzau with Johnson & Associates, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. This is Phase 2 of the Magnolia Harbor development. This TE was the same TE that we had on Phase 1. We're not seeking the variance. We'll agree to provide the emergency access, either connecting to Phase 1 or back out to Morgan Road. So either way, access will be there. So we'd ask that you agree to TE3, but remove the need for the variance.
Okay. This is in Ward 1. Commissioner Claire, would you like to begin our discussion?
Pretty straightforward. I don't have anything, have any questions, so if there's anyone here to speak, or if other commissioners have comments, I'd be open to hear that.
Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on this item, C-7519? Any questions or concerns from commissioners? I think we're ready.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve item C-7519, amending TE3 to remove the last two sentences stating that a variance is required.
The motion before the body is to move approval of C-7519, amending TE3 to remove basically the last two sentences. And is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your votes when available, and I'm sure we will be having a voice vote thereafter. All right. The motion's passed, but we'll go ahead and get the votes on the record. Commissioner Claire?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Yay. Commissioner Govine? Yay. Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're now in line for item 9.
This is case C-7522, final plat of Whispering Creek Phase 3, located north of Southwest 59th Street and east of South County Line Road, and a variance to section 3.6.2.5 point B.5 of the subdivision regulations.
Good afternoon, Jason Spencer, 300 Point Parkway Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant. So before you is final plat of Whispering Creek Phase 3. It's 9.8 acres. It's at 59th and County Line Road. 25 duplex lots. This final plat conforms to the PUD and zoning, as well as the subdivision regs and the approved preliminary plat. The preliminary plat did expire at the last month, at the end of last year, and so because of that, we're asking for a variance, which is part of TE number 2. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners?
I think there was a question on the sidewalks. And
Yes,
the possibility of,
that's the one. You didn't miss it. Barry?
So,
Good afternoon, Barry Lodge, City of Oklahoma City Public Works. The applicant has submitted a letter requesting a fee in lieu of sidewalks for the section line frontage on this. In discussions with City Engineer's office, it's kind of come to light that there's a bond project that's going along 59th and would turn the corner onto County Line Road. However, as part of that bond proposition for that project, the sidewalks along the section line road were not included to be constructed as part of that project. Therefore, we have, and the official letter has not been sent out yet, but an email is being sent over to the engineer that would deny that fee in lieu of sidewalk request. So just want to bring that as part of it in case that was, we've had that come up here in recent past as that being a TE for part of the request. And so just wanted to get that onto the record that has been requested and will be going out formally as a denial of that. We also have had the discussion, and this is a continuation of a development that is the same developer of Phase 1, Phase 2, and we haven't found any record of an application for a fee in lieu of sidewalk for Phase 2. I know we're backing up a little bit, but the Phase 2, we did not find a record of the request or where that was approved for them not to build that sidewalk along Phase 2. So what we would like to do, and it's a little bit backing up and maybe a little unusual, but would be to have that sidewalk connecting this Phase 3 with the current Phase 1 sidewalk that, and I forget Whispering Creek Boulevard, that's to the north that was constructed as part of Phase 1 of that development.
So we would need, what you're recommending is that we have another TE that says what? Can we, just to make sure we're clear on exactly what that language?
I think that the TE would I'd recommend would be that sidewalk would be extended from the current project, Phase 3, up to the existing sidewalk that was constructed as part of Phase 1.
And we're talking along County Line Road, correct?
Yes, sir.
Along County Line Road. Are
And
you
then we,
on that?
and then, I mean, it's just as part of the normal development process, we would have to have it along 59th Street also. There would be the provision that, because I know you're going to get into the big drainage structure that goes under 59th Street, and as it currently exists, there's not any way you could get across that. So we would make provision for that portion of it to be done at a later time. Because I'm assuming that your development is going to be ahead of the bond construction.
Probably so,
And
yes.
so there's physically is not a way to get a sidewalk across that culvert at this point.
You're amenable to that?
We're willing to agree with that, as long as there's the stipulation about the culvert crossing on 59th.
Commissioner Claire, do you have everything you need for that when we,
I think so. I'll
Barry might be able to help?
confirm that, yeah.
Make sure we've got that language down. Any other questions? Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on item 9? I do have one person signed up to speak. I believe Carl Baker. Carla, maybe? Did I get it right? Carol, okay, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I misread it.
We live on Southwest 59th and County Line. The property that's in they're talking about now, our property goes the full length across the street. We're on 6 acres, plus a little bit more. But it goes along, so we are directly affected by what goes on across the street.
Yes, ma'am.
Just for instance, the sidewalk you were just talking about. We are wanting a sidewalk to be put on that side of the road, especially since we just had the city come out. They came out and said that they're going to take an additional 30 feet off of the side of our property. So that's going to be 60 feet, including what's already considered. That's going to bring it up real close to our garages. We would really prefer not to have people running up and down the sidewalk on our side of the street, because that would put them so close to our property, commotion and everything. This is when we moved there, this was very country, and everything's moving in around us. I have tried to achieve the finding out everything need to be done about this situation, so I was sure. I've not been able to find Rocky or anything to lead me to be able to ask enough questions about this property of putting 25 establishments or duplexes to house 50 residences. That seems like an awful slow or complicated thing to put into such a small area where we're talking about parking. What we received does not show but one road in and out. It also says that the items that were submitted to be considered can be changed at any time. But if you vote for it in some way, it would be really nice to have it nailed so that they can't go back in there and just do it the way they want to. They already sit about 3 feet higher than we do. So by the time they go in and put a perimeter fencing of some kind around there, they're going to be way high above us anyway, which is it may help great for the north wind, but it's going to make it very crowded in that area. We have a school project right there that has to have additional road, and they are going to come in and put in a 4-lane area right there, which is going to take a big chunk of our property, but it also affects Rocky's on the other side. So he's going to have his that in consideration as to whether he's thought about that or not. We were just become privy of it just 2 weeks ago, and they came out yesterday and were measuring off on our property where we're going to lose what we already have. That brings up another thing. We are on an acreage in city limits. When you're on an acreage in city limits, you have to have at least 5 acres plus in order to be considered an acreage. So if they come in and take an acre plus off of our property, how are we going to be assured that we will still have the same rights as people have acres do, which is very different than just city lots in town. But this is in town we have a 6.7 acreage where we are. They said it would take off at least probably an acre, maybe more, by the time they take out what they want to for a new bridge and everything. So we're teetering on that for zoning also on our property. We've been there since 2006 and we've seen a lot of changes, but there's just so many obstacles in the way. We cannot, just to add 3 more acres, how they could get that many acceptable housings in that area, I don't know. But it's very confusing, it's very upsetting, because it's all moving in on top of us. We have very nice homes in that area. I don't want something to go in that may consider it being a disadvantage for property selling and so forth, that our depreciation would happen to our property because of something that went in too quickly and was not thoroughly examined and considering all the ramifications for happening around it. The list could go on and on and on, but these are just high points that I've thought about that have me very concerned with the addition of this, especially taking in another 30 feet off of our property that the city already has 30 feet off of.
Well, thank you, Ms. Booth, and I'll just say, Ms. Baker, I apologize. I do want to say just a few things about that. Number one, this is what we're voting on today is about a final plat. It is not in regard to the city's effort to redo the street, redo 59th Street, which is, I believe, what you're talking about, what you're referencing as far as the city wanting to take part of your property to widen the street. The discussion that we were just having was about the sidewalks and requiring them to have the sidewalks on county line and connecting with the existing sidewalks that are already on the, that are with the existing housing development on the other side of 59th Street from you. As far as these particular homes and the way that they're situated, have you had a chance to see the staff report that has this?
Yes, I have a copy of that.
Okay, and it does, it's a continuation of what's already, it's totally enclosed.
Right.
As far as the access to it, so they don't have any access from 59th.
59th, they have all the way down our side.
Yeah, but they don't have access, they don't have street access. As far as the residents of, if we were to approve this plat, the residents here on these homes don't have direct access to 59th Street. So,
At this point, they don't have, but also that brings up another problem. How do the police and the fire department get in there in an emergency? There's not much way of getting in and out of that area.
it looks like they have access on Southwest 57th Terrace. But thank you, Ms. Baker, for coming to share your concerns. I would encourage you to, with any other questions you may have about how the development is going to occur, that you might visit with the developer as well and share some of those concerns. This commission only has the authority to take action on this final plat. This is actually years in the making for us to be at this point. I think the original plat was proposed, and I don't have it offhand.
2017.
Was in 17, and this is the second time we've even looked at just this area being replatted. So I would encourage you to visit with the developer as well.
Okay, can I ask, is today when you vote, does that automatically give this all a clearance? Or does that give us a little bit more room to wiggle through and see if it's gonna really work out well for the community or not?
This plat, if we were to vote today, we would approve of their ability to build on these homes as outlined in the staff report. There's some other permitting that they will need before they could move forward. That would be a great question for staff to answer, and I'm looking at Barry behind us or anybody else, Sarah, whoever might be able to be in a better position to answer any more specific questions you may have about what the next steps are on approval. But yes, it would be the final action that this body would need to take for them to be able to move forward with getting building permits and beginning the construction.
So to get the permits, they'd have to go kind of back through everything, and you would have to align it with what you voted on today?
Yes.
And if there's any variance, then you have to go back and vote again, or
Depending
what?
on the significance of that variance. It may be us or it may be the Board of Adjustment.
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate you letting me speak.
Well, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on item 9? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Michael Washington, community political activist, well known throughout cities and states throughout the world. I'm one of those people, for the most part. I don't believe in bulldogs. According to this lady's concerns, she had squabbles about land being subjected to be taken from her. Yes, she rightfully owned, but as you just stated, sir, this just goes along with a final resolution regarding the permit of this gentleman, I believe in his agency, to begin building on this particular land area. Is that right, housing and all that? I don't have the kind of information that I need to give the kind of information regarding this project, but I do think one thing, that the lady didn't just get up here believing one thing and something else came about. So I'm going to take my time and not hold much longer and see what we can do to provide them the assistance they need legally to prevent any and all unruliness, violations of their civil and constitutional rights. When I say civil, they are, I don't know if a government agency or not, I haven't had that point, but I do know they have certain rights as citizens that even this body cannot approve of if it violates their fundamental right to due process. Why? Because you're a government agency. So we need to make sure that everything else is laid out in that regard for those folks. And I will again be getting involved in that area. So with that, I'll let that go. However, I will be having a close perspective of what's going on. Thank you, opportunity, sir. I won't need 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item, C-7522? Seeing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
I do want to ask Barry to help me make sure I have this language right. Regarding County Line Road, developer to construct public sidewalk along the County Line Road for the extensive Phase 3 to existing Phase 1. And then regarding 59th Street, along 59th Street through the course of normal development, we're excluding the area of the culvert. Are we doing fee in lieu for the area of culvert?
I think we can probably just exclude that.
Exclude the area of the
No fee
of culvert,
required for
okay.
that piece.
I'm sorry. Can I ask, will you make sure Ms. Baker has your contact information?
I did. I gave her my card and told her to give me a call when we get her
Thank
the
you.
information that she needed on
Thank
59th
you.
Street.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the variance to section 3.6.2.B.5 of the subdivision regulations regarding the 5-year effective period of the preliminary plat.
Commissioner Clare moves to grant the variance to section 3.6.2.B.5 of the subdivision regulations. It has been seconded by
I'll second it.
Commissioner
My thing's not
LaForge.
coming up.
It's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes when available.
I forgot where my voice.
Or did we get it working? Okay, so we'll go ahead and make sure we're reading it into the rest of the day. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to have a voice vote. Again, the motion is to approve of the variance first. It's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Commissioner Clare? How do you
Yay.
vote? Commissioner Powers? Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for our vote on the item.
Move to approve item C 7522, subject to technical evaluations 1 and 3, and adding technical evaluation 4, which reads, developer to construct public sidewalk along County Line Road for the extent of Phase 3 to existing Phase 1, as well as along 59th Street, excluding the area of the culvert.
The motion is to approve C 7522, eliminating TE2 and adding TE4 as read into the record. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. We're going to cast our votes via voice vote. Commissioner Claire, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Yay. Commissioner Govine? Yay. Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 10.
This is SPUD 1474, application to rezone 2825 South Mustang Road from AA.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates. Address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before you is an SPUD that is very similar to the SPUD that we had approved immediately south of this. And beyond that was an Integris medical office location. And so this corridor has continued to grow with commercial and light office. So the SPUD before you, we have 5 TEs. We agree with all the TEs. We would ask for your approval, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. This is Ward 3 also. Are there any questions from commissioners about this item?
I had a question, just one question on the setback in the screening on the west side.
Right. So the site proof screening on the west side, we're required, it's the standard language, no less than a 6, no greater than an 8-foot site proof fence would be required.
Do we want to, I don't know if we had any additional questions on the screening based on our discussion.
Does that meet the screenings up against residential? A question for staff.
Sure. So currently it's zoned agricultural. I think there was maybe some confusion in a pre-development meeting that this was imminent. It appears that subdivision is on the other side of Mustang Creek that's happening. So in either case, if the residential develops and this is commercial, we're going to have a 5-foot landscape buffer and we're going to have the site proof screening.
That makes sense to me. Any questions, comments from commissioners? Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on this item, SPUD 1474? I think we're ready for a motion.
All right, in Commissioner Fraley's absence, I'll move to recommend approval of City Council on SPUD 1474.
The motion is to recommend approval of SPUD 1474 to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Please cast your vote. Oh, can't do that. We're going to have a voice vote. Commissioner Claire, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yay.
Commissioner Govine? Yay. Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 11.
Item 11 is KC 7521, final plat of Beckwith Commercial, located west of South Mustang Road and north of Southwest 29th Street.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. This is the final plat to allow for the land to be subdivided. We knew that there were going to be more than 3 tracks, which is what made this not eligible for administrative lot split. And so it meets all the subdivision regulations. There are 2 TEs that we agree with, so we would ask for your approval.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from commissioners? Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on this item, C7521? Seeing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll move approval of item C 7521, subject to the technical evaluations.
The motion is to approve C7521, subject to the technical evaluations.
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. Commissioner Claire, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 12.
Thank you.
This is case PC 10860, application to rezone 829 Northwest 68th Street from PUD 1653.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Here on behalf of the applicant, this application is for an R2. This is an area that over the last several years has kind of seen an interesting turn. You're starting to see more and more residential. If you saw an updated aerial to the east of this site are two brand-new, very large homes that have been constructed. There's another item on the docket later that's for a multifamily south of 66. So you're starting to see an influx of residential in this area. There's also a mix of some office. Proximity to Class and Curve and Nichols Hills Plaza and Chesapeake, I believe, are the primary reasons. Staff recommends approval. Be happy to answer any questions.
This is in, thank you, this is in Ward 2. Commissioner Powers, would you like to lead our discussion?
You know, this area is so puzzling. You know, quite a long time ago, it seemed perfectly clear that it was transitioning away from any kind of residential development into, one hoped, office and office warehouse, but the reality was more like industrial. And you know, the area maybe is calling out for some kind of a line, and perhaps Chartel is going to be that line. I mean, am I going to turn down, you know, going from office development to residential development? No, I'm not. And these people clearly know what they're getting into. I'm puzzled by it, I confess, but I don't hate it, so I'm going to, you know. Is there somebody here who wants to be heard on it?
We don't have anybody signed up to speak, but I'll ask, is anyone here wishing to be heard on this item, PC 10860?
It's puzzling, I have to admit. You know, if there's ever actually high-speed rail, this area may become, you know, a very desirable area in which to live. I mean, there's clearly a reason for the semi-industrial and those kind of uses that are right there on the rail. Yeah. Even though it's a long drop down, it's not like they come right up to it. But, you know, I'm going to move approval.
Any other questions? If there's nothing else from commissioners, the motion before the body is to recommend approval of PUD 1653. PC 10860.
That's it.
I'm looking at the wrong thing. It's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. We will vote by voice vote. Commissioner Clare, how do you vote? Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkle? Aye. Commissioner Govine? Yay. Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner Forge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes.
Thank you.
We are now in line for item 13.
This is case PC 10861, application to rezone 115 Southeast 21st Street from R1 and R2 and MH to I2 and MH Manufactured Home Overlay District.
Is there an applicant present?
Hello, I'm Brent.
Can we have your address for the record also? Maybe even a last name.
Brent Hill. Sorry about that. And so, yes, this is to get the zoning to change in this area. I was able to buy all of the property on Southeast 21st, just west of that outline right there. It's already industrial. They're all lots that have been cleared off. I own the cabinet shop just south of that, the metal buildings that you see there. And so I initially just bought it because it's nice to secure the land around the shop. It's a dead-end street. There's not a lot going on. And the reason that I'd like to get it to industrial is I don't have an exact plan now for a building, but if I could get it to industrial, then as I come up with something, I would be able to actually implement that a little quicker rather than doing it backwards. So that was really the reasoning for that.
Okay. This is in Ward 4. Commissioner Privet, would you like to start our discussion?
Sure. It's kind of a weird one, but, oh, sorry. Do we have anybody signed up?
We do not have anyone signed up to speak, but I can ask, is anyone here wanting to be heard on this item, PC 10861? Appears not.
Trying to remember, the little space on the back side of that,
The space we're at now?
the little rectangle on the back.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of an odd deal. If you look at the, I can't remember, I think I supplied it, but if not, I have some copies here. The lots are shaped really weird right there. And everything that's you know, around that is actually already zoned industrial, as random as that is. All of those residential lots, they're real skinny. They're like 35, 40-foot width lots. But that one is shaped really awkward. The lot that wraps between it.
Yeah. So that's part of your same parcel, is that?
Yeah, so where the black line is on the, it'd be on the east side. So I own all the way down to that last house. You see an image of the house at the very end of Southeast 21st. So I was able to buy all of those lots. And yeah, that house there, that's the only lot that I don't own. And the house that's to the right of that or to the east is demoed. That's gone now. But basically my thought was to just get all of that zone the same. So then if there was ever a big picture item, you know, we're very blessed. We have a business that's thriving and has been there. Well, it's been around since 1959. That particular place, we've been there since '03. We actually like the neighborhood and where we're at. And I think any improvement in that area would be a plus for the city personally.
Yeah, it was just odd to me, so cool.
Yeah, no, it is odd.
Yeah.
I agree with that. There's some odd shapes of lots right in there.
If no other discussion with commissioners, I'm ready to make a motion.
I have a question. These two uses, I-2 and manufactured home, seem so at odds with each other. Are you thinking of the manufactured housing as a kind of place?
So I don't know if that got in there by accident. I read that on the agenda as well, and I was a bit confused. I'm only trying to get these to I-2. That's it. I'm not sure what I saw that, and I didn't know what that meant as well. I gave everything to the right department that I thought I was to give it to and only mentioned industrial. I don't want anything.
I will confess, I'm not familiar with manufactured home overlay districts. What is this?
Go ahead, Jeff.
It's not super common. Maybe Sarah can enlighten us a little bit, but I think it's just, it already has that overlay, and I'm not sure what the boundary is exactly, but.
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. There is a manufactured home overlay over a lot of this area. We are honestly not that familiar with the overlay either, but this rezoning would not affect that. It would not zone you in or out of that overlay.
Okay. Yeah, I was confused as well, to be honest with you, when I saw that. I was just kind of laser focused on the industrial only, so if I wanted to get a metal building or add on to our shop, we just can't really add on to where we're at very easily, so it makes more sense for me to add buildings around me.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it at all. I'm just curious. I mean, I haven't been doing this very long, so.
It's kind of a forgotten area of Oklahoma City right there. It's kind of a weird little area. Anytime I describe where we're located, it takes a little bit, I just tell people Bricktown, and we're a little bit south.
And I don't know about that, Commissioner Powers. I do recall that we had someone say you stopped their project for 17 years, so I don't know. I think you've been around a while on the commission. Commissioner Privet?
I'll move to recommend approval to City Council PC 10861. Any technical? Nope. That's it.
The motion is to recommend approval of PC 10861 to City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. We're going to voice vote. Commissioner Clare?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkle? Aye. Commissioner Govine? Yay. Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck with your project.
Item 15, excuse me, is case PC 10863, application to rezone 2004 North Martin Luther King Avenue from R1 and HNO Healthy Neighborhoods District to O1 and HNO Healthy Neighborhoods District.
Good afternoon. We would love to.
Can we get your name and address for the record, please?
Ira
also?
Thomas, 2004 North Martin Luther King, JAT Realty, Inc. We're here to rezone our residents from R1 to O1. We would love to bring a family medical clinic to an underserved area. Our goal is to increase healthcare access to the area, and so that's who our plans are.
Thank you. And this is in my ward, Ward 7, so I did just have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Are you all intending to operate the clinic inside the existing home, or are you planning to take out the home and then build a building? Okay.
We're going to add to the back of it another clinic room. We already submitted the plans. Clinic room as well as staff and bathroom. Parking will be in the back. And in the future, we would love to add, so it's just not myself. So right now, we'll be able to see a clinic room of 3 or 4 within the residence. But the goal at some point will be to partner with the city, which we're talking to the Urban Renewal League right now, the offices.
About getting some more property? That'd be great, too.
Yes.
I am in support of this project, and obviously the healthcare needs of our community in Northeast Oklahoma City are critical. So thank you for being willing to step into that gap. The biggest concern I had was how would this negatively affect the neighbors? I had some discussions with staff about that. They assured me that with the standards in 01 zoning, that would be sufficient to protect the neighbors with sufficient screening. And so I'm also not concerned if for whatever reason, maybe it's expansion, you decide to get rid of that building. We were assured that the standards would be appropriate. It would be an appropriate height limitation, et cetera. And I'll let Sarah comment if she has any on that on 01. But it seems appropriate to me. And obviously, I think Martin Luther King is going to continue to move in a direction of commercial office and that sort of thing rather than having residences in the first place. So again, I'm in support. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on this item? PC 10863. Thank you. And can you please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address the
Yes,
commission.
thank you. Michael Washington. 3501 Northwest 51st Street. Sir, I don't have per se a problem with your desire to bring this healthcare institution to this northeast side. As the gentleman just stated, we're definitely crippled, hurt, and disregarded. Now then. But my major concern here just happens to be, sir, and again, if I get loud, it's not pertaining to you because it's just me automatically, is that we need to be paving the way to move out all households in favor of gentrification. Everybody knows already gentrification is fast moving on the northeast side. As a matter of fact, on every street corner, there are signs, "We buy houses." Look at that now. So what's the purpose of we buying houses? So we can do things like not necessarily what he's doing, but we can do other things regarding, like you just stated out of your own mouth, sir, it's becoming a business type of surrounding anyway. We're moving toward that progress. And I agree with you. So again, my concern is, where are you going to move the residents there? Is there going to be eventual, how will we say, for lack of a better word, y'all got to go because it's eminent domain now? Huh? See how those things could blindly, without us having actual foresight about what's really going on with the hidden sinister attachment. Again, not him. But I'm saying what this is doing is opening the door for a larger array of things being done where people already are homeless. It's going to be more so now homeless people than ever before. Once again, I have no problem with what he's doing. But have we taken a close introspection of what this thing might do? Do we realize there are people who are going to feel affected by possibly having to move out for other businesses like this coming in? And how do we know they're qualified to offer the kind of services? You don't just say something off the burner and say, okay, here, there are too many people going to be affected by this. You have to think about that. Michael don't have any kind of problem with any business adventures. We are in a democratic society, a capitalistic society, I'm well aware of. But at the same time, you cannot sell souls for the purpose of making money. in private investment in enterprises. This is where my concern lies. And I will tell you that I speak for all Oklahomans. I have nothing against this gentleman. Seems like a great man to me. But we must look at the whole possibility of how everyone's going to be affected if this thing is allowed to go on. He's just one of many that's already done. I myself will take the advantage of looking into this further, and I would like to meet with this gentleman a little later on. As a community activist, getting back and relaying what is possibly going on down here to those of us who don't come down here, who don't feel it important enough, who don't know what's really going on. Then when they see it afterwards, again, we can blame them for saying, how come you didn't go to city council meeting? How come you didn't go to planning commission meeting? Okay. Again, I don't think I need all 5 minutes. But, sir, you just stated we need health care. You just stated we need, we're hurting terribly. So in your perspective, sir, your desire, is this going to affect poor people, rich folks? See, we don't even know this yet. Do you have to have money to get this kind of clinic services? This is where I'm at. I think that the world watching desires and needs to know this. Is it just for blacks? Is it just for whites? Is it just for Hispanics? Is it just for Chinese? Is it just for Iranians? I didn't hear any of that.
Well, Mr. Washington, what we're voting on today is not technically just to approve a clinic. We're just rezoning to O1,
Right,
which
to
would give him the
rezone.
ability to open the clinic
You see
in
what I'm
the
getting at?
existing home.
So we're
Do you
still
have
on
any
the
further
clinic.
comments, Mr. Washington?
Yeah, so we're
You got
on
1
the clinic
minute.
then, right? So we're still on the clinic. Yeah, thank you.
One more minute, Mr. Washington.
Thank you, sir. Well, sir, I'm going to back this. I'm going to back this time, but with reservations. You say it's going to operate out of your house, right?
Yes, sir.
You do have that. Now, how does that fit with people coming in when they get ready? I mean,
I already have several houses in the community. So
Oh,
I'm coming to
Mr.
bring-
Mr. Washington, you have to address your questions to the commission.
okay, Commissioner.
The intention behind this rezone is for them to operate a clinic inside the existing home.
No. He didn't say that. He said, I have other. Sir, you're not listening to him. He just said, I have other properties. So it's not going to be in his personal home. So did you not hear him?
But
I
what's
have other
before the,
property.
but Mr. Washington, what's before the commission today is this particular home on Martin Luther King Avenue.
that one.
That is the only thing that this commission is considering, and your comments have to be limited to that property. And
no,
your
I
time
understand that.
has expired, Mr. Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Pouncin.
Thank you.
I will be back.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to be heard on this item, PC 10863? Seeing none, we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, as an Oklahoman, I'll make a motion to approve PC 10863.
Commissioner Hinkle has moved to recommend to City Council approval of PC 10863. Is there a second? Second. It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. We'll vote by voice vote. Commissioner Clare, how do you vote? Yay. Commissioner Powers? Yay. Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle?
Yay.
Commissioner Govine? Yay. Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. Good luck.
Thank you.
We're now in line for item 16.
This is case CE 1075, application to close the west 250 feet of the east-west alley in Block 19 of the Northwest Addition, east of North Francis Avenue and south of Northwest 4th Street at 817 Dean A. McGee Avenue.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzan with Johnson & Associates, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. This application is seeking to close a portion of an existing alley. I think last year there were 2 buildings on this property that caught fire and burned down and were then removed. Our client has acquired the property and plans to build a new multifamily residential building on the entirety of the site, which includes the kind of black roof building to the south, and then where there's existing staging happening for the apartments across the street. And so we've been to Downtown Design Review Committee. They've recommended approval. I know there's been a lot of discussion about alleyways and street closures. When we think about alleyways in the urban core, their purpose is really to serve back-of-house operations. Our project was very intentional about how those would be serviced. Francis, south of the alley, as it was actually closed and vacated. So we'll be accessing our trash and back of house off of the vacated Francis with a garage door where they can access the dumpsters there. So there won't be any dumpsters out in the street or in the public right-of-way like we've seen on other cases. So this is a picture of the project. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
This is in Ward 6. Commissioner Govine, would you like to lead our discussion?
Sure. Well, I've met with the applicant, had a chance to review the proposed development, which I think is a good addition to the neighborhood. We're just to north of the county jail. Are there any questions or concerns of any other commissioners?
Is there anyone here wanting to be heard on this item? It appears not.
Okay, yeah, normally this might be more sensitive, but we've reviewed with staff. There's no issues. It's a great proposal, so I am prepared to move approval of this item. And so I will go ahead and do that. Mr. Chairman, I move approval of case number CE 1075.
Commissioner Govine moves to recommend approval of CE 1075 to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Powers. We're going to vote by voice vote. Commissioner Clare?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Yay. Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes.
Thank you.
We're now in line for item 17.
This is case CE 1090, application by 300 Northwest 4th to close unimproved portions of platted Harvey Avenue and Alabama Avenue, a portion of an unimproved east-west alley in Block 23, and 5 feet of street easements on the north and south sides of Block 24 in the Glen Airy addition, north of Northwest 101st Street and east of North Hudson Avenue at 300 Northwest 104th Street.
Good afternoon, Steve Rollins, Arc Engineering Consultants, 135 Deer Creek Road in Edmond, representing the applicant. This is an application to close several pieces of right-of-way, alleyway, easements, just to make a more contiguous piece of property. The property zone I-2, the developer plans to do some sort of warehouse, office, or storage, something like that. There is quite a bit of flood zone, as you can see, the shaded area on the map, which we do plan to try to narrow that down some, but just to make a more contiguous piece of property, we're trying to get these closed. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you. This is in my ward, and I apologize if did you call me earlier?
I
someone?
did, yes, sir.
Okay,
A late
sorry,
phone
I did
call.
not have
That's
time
okay, that's okay.
between my meetings from work and then coming over here, so I apologize for that. But I am in support of the project, especially all you really need to do is look at the map and see how this property is currently being used. I think the example in color does it justice of the overview of how that land is currently being used. So given that, I'm fully in support of this project. Any questions from commissioners? Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on this item, CE 1090? Seeing none, I think we're ready for a motion, and I cannot make it myself.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move recommend approval of item CE 1090 to City Council.
Commissioner Clare moves to recommend approval of CE 1090 to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Powers seconds it. We're now in line for a vote. Commissioner Clare?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkle? Aye. Commissioner Govine?
Aye.
Commissioner Noble?
Aye.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. Good luck with your project. We're now in line for item 18.
Item 18 is CE 1089, application to close a portion of Northwest 65th Street right-of-way, west of North Chartel Avenue and south of Northwest 66th Street. Location is 801 Northwest 64th Street.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. On behalf of the applicant, this is actually a companion item to item 28. I don't know if the chair wants to do anything about that, but this is a closing application. Item 28 is actually the rezoning component, and they go together. So, as it relates to the closing, Jared, would you show the aerial, please? So, what we seek to close to allow us to move forward with the rezoning application is the portion of Northwest 56 that exists west of Chartel and a point just east of Classen. Now, if you've been in the area and you drove it, what you'd see is Northwest 65th is not a street, but rather a location of a bunch of mature, overgrown volunteer trees. Northwest 65th has never been opened, and it really serves no purpose. If you go back real quick, Jared. So what's interesting, let's go back one more. When you see on the exhibit the PUD 1653, immediately to the west of that is an R1 tract. The R1 tract is approximately 6,000 square feet. It has absolutely no independent utility, and in fact, Northwest 65th has been closed and I believe vacated immediately south of it. I believe you're going to hear from someone today that's going to say that by closing the balance of what we seek to close here today, we're going to cut off public access. I think what you see on this image before you is that little R1 tract already lacks any and all public access. The north half of Northwest 65th Street was previously closed and vacated. Therefore, that R1 piece, as of right now, has absolutely no public street frontage. We have no idea why the individual bought that R1 piece. That little R1 piece, for whatever reason, 100 years ago, was platted as a public park. My client sought to buy it, given that he owns almost everything else in the area, and was outbid through a public sealed bid process at the city council. And this unknown individual who will not reveal themselves acquired that. It doesn't appear they own anything else in the area. It appears their only purpose is to stall any and all development of my client's property. So, as it relates to the closing, the arguments you're going to hear, I think, are absolutely incorrect. I think these folks bought a piece of property, perhaps unknowing that the north half of Northwest 65th Street has already been vacated and closed by some previous action. But what we can offer is, at some point between now and district court, we will find alternative access. My client has been actively visiting with all the other property owners in the area. We are firmly of the belief that we will be able to provide some form of permanent easement through an instrument recorded that will give that R1 tract access to a public right-of-way. Now, it's worth noting that piece that's R1, if you think about what could be developed there and you think about what setbacks are required, I don't believe that a structure could actually be built there. It is a piece of property that is unable to be developed but for my client, and I think the purpose is nothing more than to frustrate the ability of my client to develop what I think will be a wonderful development in an area that we talked about just a little bit ago that is turning into a residential area. So there is one TE. Staff recommends approval. We agree to the TE. I'd be happy to answer any questions. I'd like to reserve the right to respond if there is someone here to talk. But I think that image before you is important. The reason that dashed line up against that R1 piece jots down like that is because it's previously closed.
Didn't we do that?
What's that?
Didn't we do that a couple years ago? Yeah.
Perhaps. I don't recall.
Me and Janice were here.
But that's what it means. So right now, today, there is no public access. And Jared, if you don't mind, you go back to the aerial real quick. So it's important to look at where the hand is. It's a 6,000 square foot parcel in the middle of trees behind an industrial warehouse. So with that, we're happy to provide some form of easement. It would be helpful if we knew who this individual was so that we could understand what it is they're concerned with, what we could perhaps do to allow them to, I guess, continue to own that and have some sort of path to enjoy their 6,000 square feet. But without knowing who it is, it's kind of hard for my client to do much. So again, we'd ask for your approval. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
And this is in Ward 2, and I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner Powers, but I do want to say that I've asked council to share with us any, I know she's just confirming some of the statutes, but what obligations, if any, we have to help ensure that the owner of that little piece of property has access to the road. I didn't know if we had any responsibility for that or the granting of this private easement.
As far as this, can you hear me? I'm on. Okay. As far as the statute on closing, it's just whatever the council deems is necessary or expedient. Now, when you get over to the plat vacation part of it, then, you can't injure other owners of the plat or something like that. So they could be, they could file some type of objection over there to say that you know, they're being cut off access or it's injuring other people at the plat, I guess.
But as far as this
Agreed.
closure,
Yeah, as far as the closure, it's just whenever it's deemed necessary or expedient. I mean,
Yeah. And frankly, we welcome an objection to the vacation action, because that will allow us the ability to understand what is really at play here with their concerns. So obviously, once they were to intervene into a lawsuit, we'd have subpoena power and all the things that flow from that. So we certainly welcome that.
I was going to say billable hours, but go ahead, Commissioner Powers.
You know, it's very strange. I like Commissioner Privet, recall us doing that closure of the north half
Yeah, we
as
had
it
the same
relates to the
protest.
park. I don't quite understand, I don't quite remember what all that, how all that hashed out. But at the moment, they don't have any access to a public street because the street has been closed across the front of their property, the back of their property, or the side of their property, or whatever it is. This is a strange, strange thing. This little triangle that was, you know, dedicated as a public park.
It's just trash.
Northwest 65th Street is a street in name only. There's an apron there around the corners off of Chartel that's about 3 feet deep at most. The rest of it is just a big gravel driveway, and it only goes as far as the houses there on the east side off of Chartel. The rest of it is so heavily treed, there's not even gravel. I mean, it's just kind of a big mess. I would love to hear from whoever it is that wants to speak on the matter, but I don't see any obstacle to the closure at the moment, so.
Well, we can do that. Is Lenita Henriksen here? Ms. Henriksen, please give us your address, and you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
My name is Lenita Henriksen from Henriksen Lawyers, Inc. in Oklahoma City, representing Guilford Capital LLC, which objects to the vacation of the right-of-way. This triangular piece of property, I think, can be seen better in this map where it shows in green. It's right here. This is the property that my client owns. And first of all, I'd like to say that we would be more than happy to meet with Mr. Box, Mark Henriksen, and we have a property manager of my client's property that would meet with you. It's not a problem at all to see if there can be something worked out. But anyway, this triangular piece of property was purchased by my client from the city of Oklahoma City in 2018, I believe, for $86,600. It shows, the map attached to the application shows this triangular piece of land lying just east of Classen Boulevard. If the city allows the request to close the right-of-way, which existed at the time of the conveyance of this property, then that property is it will be landlocked. There's no, in essence, the applicant is asking the city to landlock this property. There's no scenario in the application that would allow access to this triangular piece of property. That road off Classen was vacated, I believe, in 1983. So the only access is this right-of-way that NHG seeks to vacate. If this right-of-way is vacated, the only access to the property would be trespass, and that's not an option. You can see how this property would be landlocked. if this roadway is vacated, well, this right-of-way is vacated, it would render this piece of property inaccessible. It would totally diminish the value of the land, and it'd be rendered useless with the closure of this right-of-way. Now, the parties might be able to arrive at some solution that's agreeable to both parties. And Mr. Henriksen, he's willing to enter into talks with Mr. Box, like I said, and bring along this property manager who is a retired engineer to discuss options that might be available, which would be agreeable to both parties. And now, as far as I know, the applicant has never reached out to try to reach a resolution that would be agreeable to both parties. So we ask that the application not be granted today or recommended today.
Are you seeking a continuance? Is that what you're asking us for?
Excuse me? Well, we're not particularly. I mean, if Mr. Box is agreeable to speaking with Mr. Henriksen about a possible solution, and I'm not saying that ultimately would be a solution, but it's a possibility. But I think today the application should not be recommended.
So before us, Ms. Henriksen, the question is, do we vote on this proposal today? Do we have a continuance in which we allow you all to have a discussion, and then we come back at a later date? Our next meeting is in February. I cannot recall the exact date. Anybody?
Ninth.
The 9th. So are you wanting us to proceed today to vote yes or no on this right-of-way closure? Is that what you're asking for? I just want to be clear.
Well, Your Honor, I mean, Commissioner, I don't particularly seek a continuance, but if it's agreeable to Mr. Box to enter into some kind of talks, that would work.
Well, I think based on what I've heard so far listening to our counsel, it sounds like we don't have any obligation to keep the right-of-way open because your client does not have access from a street. We are under no obligation to consider that, as far as I know.
There's still no street here
There's still no street access.
currently.
So I guess the only remaining thing, and this would be for the commission to consider, is do we want to say yes, no, or have a continuance? I'm inclined to say, because unless I hear from our counsel to the contrary, that there's no consideration that we have to give for the property owner who bought land that they didn't have access to from any street. So are there questions before I allow the applicant's counsel?
I have a question real quick, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, thank you. To your point of this has not been a street, and your client, you said, just purchased it not too long ago. I may have missed you indicating any possible interest or what their plans are to develop this at all. It's a tiny piece of property that had no actual road to it. I think the setbacks would be extremely limiting. So did I miss it? What is the potential plans for this spot that might influence us to not vacate this?
As far as I know, there's no particular, there's several things on the table that could be developed in that piece of property, but right now, there's no particular idea that I know of.
So what are some of those things? You said quite a few things. What are some of the things?
Excuse me?
You said there's quite a few things that are on the
Okay,
table.
there-
What might those be?
Well, there could be a home. There could be an office building if it's rezoned. I think it's R1 now, but there are possibilities. I mean, this land is valuable. It does have value. It does have use. But with vacating this right of way, it's just landlocked and it's against public policy they have a piece of landlocked property. I will say also that I believe in 2018 or thereabouts, this same matter came before this department, and I believe it was Mr. Box had said that there was access from Classen to this triangular piece of property, but that has been vacated from Classen.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Henriksen before we go ahead and hear from Mr. Box? And then we're going to close off that discussion and move forward with the
I'm
commissions.
curious, I'm not sure exactly who's in best position to answer this, but the portion of Northwest 65th Street that abuts the small triangle, has it been vacated? Has it been closed? What is its status? Do we know?
So this is a survey by J&A, and my belief is that it has been vacated, which is why it shows up in the manner that it does. Now, with that said, in looking at this survey, there is a platted alley on the north side of her client's property. So if we're really talking about public access, what the survey reflects is there is still public access regardless of what happens here. Now, it's not paved access, but they don't have paved access now. So they still can physically touch it through legal instruments that exist, that being, at least here, it shows an alley.
I don't want to get too far into the weeds with this thing, but when you vacate a street, and typically you're vacating the whole street, not just half of it, but that property reverts to the ownership of those persons who abut it. So in this case, I assume that when the northern half was vacated along the triangle, the owner of the triangle benefited from that in the sense that they got that half of the street. I think it's odd for them to be in a position of now arguing that, the rest of it shouldn't be vacated because, that's going to somehow negatively affect them. So it seems very odd. I'm guessing this is all going to be solved in district court. I don't think it really is on our plate to solve here today.
I agree, Commissioner Powers, and it sounds like just from listening to our own counsel that this is going to be a private matter between the parties. So the question for us is, do we, given the criteria that is outlined in our staff report, given our obligation, are we in support of closing this right-of-way or not? But as far as Ms.
As to myself, I can answer that question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to move to approve CE 1089.
Before we vote on the motion, anything else from Mr. Box? And I also want to make sure that there's no one else who wanted to be heard on this item, or Ms. Henriksen, quickly.
I would request a continuance then so that we can meet with Mr. Box and see if there's something that can be worked out.
We'll make ourselves available between now and city council. I mean, my request would be that I'll bring my client to the table if they would bring their client to the table.
Excuse me, what's that time frame?
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Oh, 6 weeks. That, we would bring the property manager. He's like I said, he's a retired engineer. I think we can get something approved.
Well, we wouldn't be parties to that discussion.
Well,
So,
yeah, you're not.
Yeah,
Right.
so,
Exactly.
anything else from either one of you?
No, sir.
On this? Is there anyone else wishing to be heard on this item? CE 1089. If not, we're going to hear Commissioner Powers' motion to recommend approval of CE 1089 to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Clare. We will now vote. Commissioner Clare.
Yay.
Commissioner Powers.
Yay.
Commissioner Privet.
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle. Aye. Commissioner Govine.
Aye.
Commissioner Noble.
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge.
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We are now in line for item 19.
This is case PUD 1925, application to rezone 3001 Northwest 150th Street from R1.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Did you want to hear them together? 18 and 28 are the same project.
Do we want to do that? I mean,
I'm indifferent. I also have 19, but
we can just go ahead. We've already announced 19. Let's just.
Okay, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Here on behalf of the applicant. So my client owns a property that is to the east of the subject, that being the C3. Came to my office, we started talking through what makes sense here. I think if you're familiar with 150th in May, a small squared R1 development doesn't really make sense. You've got multifamily to the west, single family to the north. We've taken care to have what we think to be appropriate buffering on that north end. And so what we have is a modified PUD for C3 development, but not as intense as obviously what exists to the east of us. So we think we've limited the uses in an appropriate manner. It's a PUD with no technical evaluations, compliant with the comp plan. Be happy to answer any questions.
I always have a question about spectator sports and entertainment, and I know you've said that you've agreed to, I guess, a 150-foot buffer, but the spectator sports and entertainment restricted, what kinds of outdoor activities would that allow? It doesn't even look like you're going to have a...
None. The restricted is interior.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the other one that would allow the concerts and the things that people are concerned about.
Outdoor.
Gotcha. This is in Ward 8. Commissioner Noble, would you like to lead our discussion?
Sure. First, just see if anyone's here to speak on it.
We do have one person signed up to speak. Would you like to hear from them first?
Yes.
Before we do that, any questions from commissioners for the applicant? Then we can hear from J.R. Emmerich. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes to
J.R.
address the commission.
Emmerich, 2904 Via Esperanza. I'm a resident of the neighborhood that borders this on the north Esperanza. I'm also have an office in Esperanza Office Park that borders it. I've been the HOA president for the neighborhood and for the office park for 14 years. I own the property immediately to the west, 10 acres of vacant land. I do have a development with the city, a development plan that's been approved, PUD 1726. If you look at the conceptual site plan, there's a street on the west side. That's going to be a public street, Via Bella. That's about 300 feet of public street. Before it comes to a gate, that'll be a gated neighborhood that's behind the apartments. There'll be 40 single-family lots behind that, in that gated neighborhood. I'm not against the rezoning. My concern here today is that in the PUD, they say there'll be a 6 to 8 foot wall around their property. I just want to make sure that, and the conceptual site plan shows 2 driveways into 150th. I just want to make sure that in that short 300-foot street that'll eventually be a public street to a gated neighborhood, that there would never be ingress or egress to that short private, well, it's going to be a public street for 300 feet until it hits the back side of the apartments, and then it becomes a gated community. So commercial traffic in and out of a short street to a private neighborhood would be a big problem for the neighborhood. So that was my only concern today, was to try to get that answered.
Well, Mr. Emmerich, I can tell you based on the PUD language in our staff report, the only access that's permitted to this property is 2 access points from northwest 150th Street. So there's no access to that side street that you referenced.
So, and I realize this is a conceptual site plan, so my question was really that it could never be developed. A street could never be added, or an entry could never be added later that would
Not
exit.
without it amending the PUD.
Right. So.
Correct. And further, of course, they're going to have to plat before they, turn dirt on any single-family homes. And so they would, when they plat, of course, not bring their right-of-way to ours. So,
Yeah,
yes.
and our plat and PUD's all been approved. We just haven't pulled the trigger on moving dirt yet. So.
Yeah, no, yeah. We're limited to the access in the PUD.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to be heard on PUD 1925? Seeing none, Commissioner Noble.
Any commissioners with anything else? With that, I would recommend approval of PUD 1925.
Commissioner Noble moves to recommend approval of PUD 1925 to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. We're now in line for a vote. Commissioner Clare.
Yay.
Commissioner Powers.
Yay.
Commissioner Privet. Aye. Commissioner Hinkle. Commissioner Govine. Yay. Commissioner Noble.
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge.
Yay.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 20.
20 has been deferred.
Oh, sorry, 20's been deferred. We're in line for 21. Excuse me.
21 is PUD 1923, application to rezone 2600 Northeast 36th Street from R1 and HNO Healthy Neighborhoods to PUD 1923, that is.
Sorry. Wait, what? 21.
Yeah, it just has, it's got PUD 1923, but it also says 17 in the text, so I think there was a glitch here.
It's all right. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive.
23.
Here on behalf of the applicant, also with me is the ownership group and the development team. So this is, I think, a really exciting project. Could you show the aerial, please? Exciting project for a RV park, tiny home, and tree house. When my client first told me about tree houses, he explained to me that there is a program on, I believe it's HGTV, called Treehouse Masters, which I had never heard of, but my associate, Ms. Turner, was very excited to hear about this. And so what we wanted to do first, because the word treehouse kind of got me spooked as it related to building permit issues, we first sat down with a large meeting with any member of a department in the city that would touch a permit to make sure that what we were proposing was going to be something that not only get approved from a PUD standpoint, but my client could actually go and build. And what we found was that, yes, we can do it. It's frankly no different than a tiny home at this point. So if you think about where we are at I-35 and 36, we're a mile from Remington Park. We're a mile from the softball stadium. So you have a tremendous amount of people that are going to those things that are just 1 mile away. Lots of people travel via RVs. And so what this development plan will provide is a very unique to Oklahoma City, upscale RV, treehouse, and tiny home project that I think will bring a lot of energy to what's already happening on I-35. Of course, we all know what the branding that we're trying to further on I-35, it's the Adventure Road. So what we think we have here is squarely in line with that Adventure Road concept. We did go meet with the council person before we filed anything. She asked us to reach out to various community organizations. We did that. We believe that we have very broad support from multiple community groups, and that they're excited about all the opportunities this might bring to 36th and I-35. So with that, there are 2 technical evaluations, both of which we agree to. We're happy to answer any questions, and we're excited about this project.
Thank you. And this is in my ward. I'll say at the outset, I'm excited about it. I think it's a great opportunity. Given the nature of that area, it's important to me, at least, that whatever we put in this area is able to respect the natural beauty and environment of that area. And I think this is a great way to make it an attraction that honors at least you're going to be able to take advantage of the natural beauty of Northeast Oklahoma City by bringing people to this area. I do have one question, and it is about the phrasing on page 2 with the facade regulations, David.
Yes, sir.
We typically have the requirement that it's like 70% for everything essentially but EFS, then the 30% for EFS. Are you open to just moving to that? Is there a reason why we didn't do that normal language?
Yeah, because we're going to have a lot of different types of structures. When you think about what you might see at an RV park with kind of community buildings or like small amphitheaters, we're worried about that 70% threshold creating problems. So what we have included are what we believe to be materials that are still going to allow. Is the concern EFS?
Yes.
We remove EFS. Yeah, or limit it to no more than 30%. Okay, what if we limit EFS to no more than 30%?
Great.
Okay.
Any other questions from commissioners? And I do not have anyone signed up to speak for item 21. Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on item 21? Is there any other, seeing that no one here is wanting to be heard on item 21, I think we're in line for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move approval of PUD 1923, subject to the technical evaluations and amending item 9.1 facade regulations to read, to limit EFS to no more than 30%.
The motion is to recommend approval of PUD 1923 to City Council, adding an additional technical evaluation requiring that EFS be limited to no more than 30%. Is there a second?
Second.
We are now in line for a vote. Commissioner Clare?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForce?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 22.
This is PUD 1926, application to rezone 13621 Southwest 59th Street from AA.
Good afternoon, Caitlin Turner, 522 Colcord Drive, on behalf of the applicant. This is an application to rezone the property to permit the two existing structures to remain. There's currently a single-family home and the accessory structure to the right there. Both drives are clearly existing already, so this application is just to allow minimum lot size of 2 acres. Nothing else is changing, nothing's changing on the exterior, just some renovations on that structure to the north to make it livable. It's currently just an accessory structure, so I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Gotcha. This is Ward 3. Are there any questions from commissioners about this? Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on this item, PUD 1926? Seeing none, we're in line for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to recommend approval to City Council, PUD 1926.
The motion is to, Commissioner Clare moves to recommend approval of PUD 1926 to City Council. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Powers. We're now in line for a vote. Commissioner Clare?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
And I vote aye also. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 23.
This is SP 570, application to operate a mining and processing mineral and raw materials mine use in I-2, located at 4626 Northeast 23rd Street.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. I want to thank the neighbors, the chairman. We've had some Zoom calls. My understanding is my client's also spoken to some other folks. So the site is zoned I-2, which is a bit strange given its proximity to residences to the west. What we're trying to do is ready the site for development. And in order to do that, we need to move some of the earth and move some of the dirt. So what I-2 requires to do that when you're not ready for development is a special permit, and they call it mining when you do these things. Our hope is that we have put enough controls within the program description, and in addition, by agreeing to the technical evaluation, that we have ensured compatibility with what we are proposing with what exists to our west. That being, if you look through the program description, you will note that we have a 200-foot requirement as a setback from a residence, as well as a 70-foot setback otherwise. So that, coupled with the TE, which says trees shall be preserved within setbacks where adjacent to a platted residential neighborhood, means there will be a large swath of trees that go undisturbed and preserved where we are adjacent to those residences. So 200 feet, I think, is a sizable setback. So we're hopeful that we have allowed a compatible use in the interim so that we can hopefully bring something that would be far more compatible than what I-2 would be. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Again, we do agree to the TE.
Thank you, and this is in my ward, and we've had some great discussions, and I know we've got our neighbors here that are going to want to be heard as well. David, could we, two things. One, I know that through this convoluted set of regulations, there is the 200-foot buffer from the property line of the residences to the west. I'm wondering, can we just be explicit in the TE that it's going to be a 200-foot buffer, that it's going to be from those residences, and that the trees will be preserved? So basically just adding that language specifically to the TE to ensure that that's guaranteed? I understand that, just so we're clear.
Yes, well, I mean, what I'd say is so it's like a PUD, right? So what governs this, rather than the master design statement, is the program description. So in the program description, we do have a 200-foot setback from a residence. So that's baked in to the program description. And then what we're adding is, so that's considered a setback, right? So then what we're adding is within whatever is defined as a setback, within the program description, the trees will be required to be preserved. So the TE as drafted already gets us there.
Gotcha.
I think the discrepancy is whether it's from the residence itself or the property line of the residence, because I'm confused.
It's from the residence.
So it won't be 200 feet from.
Yeah, so it's not from the property line, it's from the residence. See,
It's from
that's
the residence.
What confuses me.
It's from the residence.
70 feet from property lines, but 200 from any residence itself.
So which one controls?
I believe it's whichever is greater at any particular time, but it really would depend. I know that there's, as you get to one corner, there's a residence that approaches the property line pretty closely, but the others are right on the other street. But yes, that's correct. It's 200 feet from essentially the back wall of most of those homes on that street.
How do we ensure that along the property line, there's going to be consistency no matter where the setback is, that everybody knows that this is where the buffer is going to start? Because I think that's where there's going to be confusion for the neighborhood, is if it depends on where each individual home is situated on the street. That's different than my understanding that we were basing it based on the property line.
Is the concern that there may be a lot that doesn't have a structure on it along Cherry?
The concern is that the buffer is the same length all along what is Cherry Street, essentially.
So what we could do is, whatever the furthest east back wall is on Cherry Street would establish where the 200-foot line starts.
Okay.
So that it's a clear line of demarcation, which is beneficial to the neighborhood, also beneficial to my client, instead of there being kind of a jigsaw puzzle.
Right.
So we could establish TE2 that the measurement of the 200 feet along the houses on North Cherry Avenue shall be established by the furthest east home's back wall to have that 200-foot setback.
Okay.
My only concern with that is people like to enjoy their backyards. So when you're in your backyard enjoying your property, that's when you need the buffer. So for these mining operations. So, I mean, how big of a difference are we talking about here, really, if we're measuring it just from the property line? I mean, these are not the deepest lots. Are these 140 feet?
Yeah, I mean, they don't look to be that deep. My guess is the houses are 25 feet or so off. So, I mean, the other anomaly here is, of course, it's zoned I-2, right? If we had a development ready to go, we could do what we're doing without getting a special permit. And we'd be way closer than 200 feet under the code. I think they're getting a benefit of a greater setback than what the I-2 would require today if we were coming forward with an industrial development. They're getting way more in terms of a buffer, and we're agreeing to preserve those trees, which of course wouldn't be required under I-2 zoning for 200 feet from a habitable structure.
That is the trade-off. I think my concern is similar to Commissioner Govein's, but we've had this discussion. I think I'm also just deeply concerned about the neighbors being clear about where it's going to be allowed to occur. Like, that's just the notice, that aspect of it is just really what concerns me, is it being clear what that buffer is going to be. But let's go ahead and hear from the neighbors, so that way we can make sure that their voices have been heard in this process. Oh, go ahead, Thad.
If you look at the illustration that's on the screen now, you'll see to the southwest portion of this project, you'll see that magenta line.
Mm-hmm.
That is the standard 70-foot buffer. The line just east of that with the blue text, we required that they added to their illustration to show that 200-foot buffer from the dwelling units.
Okay. So Thad, the existing language that we've used, or I guess if we added the language that David just said about from the furthest east building, would get us to that blue
To that-
text?
Yes, to that blue text line.
Can you
That
tell
is
us
the 200-foot
approximately how
boundary.
far away that? So that's
It's about
the
100 feet away from the existing property line.
property line. Okay, that helps. That definitely helps. Thank you. First person signed up to speak is Joyce Willis. Or Ms. Thomas, either one is fine. You all gotten shy on me?
I was going to say no, so we're not shy. Hello, my name is Joyce Willis. I am the president for the Garden Neighborhood Council, and I am here today to speak on behalf of the 1,000 residents that are within the neighborhood. Mr. Box is correct. We have had some Zoom meetings, and we appreciate both of you for cooperating and having a conversation with us. One of the things that you just discussed is one of the things that that I did come to stand in defense of the Cherry Avenue's neighbors, because they do want to enjoy their property and their backyards. And the other thing is that that has come to light for some of the residents is to be clear about what your strip mining does for the environment or the neighborhood. They want to get some assurances or that there won't be great disturbances of dust. I know that you don't necessarily have any control, but as the leader of the group, I must ask and request an answer.
Sure. So this will be regulated not just by our special permit program description, but the State Department of Mines and ODEQ. And so what ODEQ will require is that appropriate measures are taken for dust, whether that means a water truck on site, silt fencing, all of those things. So there are state rules in addition to the city rules regarding mining operations. So yes, we will adhere to all municipal regulations, state regulations, and any federal regulations that exist.
Okay, I will yield the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Willis. Ms. Thomas, please give us your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
My name is Bobby Thomas. My address is 1409 North Standish Avenue. And the only question I have for Mr. Box is that, is it true that strip mining can erode the soil or reduce its fertility, and it can also pollute the waters or drainage underground water reserves, and it can alter the landscape and damage our roads? Now, I've gone through there because I'm just over in the next neighborhood. I see sewer lines and all the going down the side of the street. So what are you going to do about that? Is that going to affect our surface, the ground surface?
No. I mean, so what we're doing is removing, essentially removing the soil, readying the site to be developed. So when you remove the soil, one of the things we're going to have to do is install proper silt fencing so that there is not erosion and runoff and all those things. That is a DEQ and an Oklahoma City requirement. So we will follow all of those rules to ensure that we don't have those environmental impacts.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say wall, are you going to put up a wall?
It's silt fencing.
Okay,
so-
when our neighbors look out their backyard, and I went to a neighbor's house, and I don't think she was the owner of the house, but she let me go in her backyard, and it was, I don't understand how far that was gonna be from her house. And our neighbors, some of them didn't even know. You all said you had talked to the neighbors. I don't know if you talked to the neighbors, the owners, or to the people that live there. She did not own that house.
Okay. So
She was not the property owner, so she knew nothing about what's going on. So some of our neighbors don't even know what's going on.
yeah, and so that's a city issue.
You
The
said you
city-
did it. You said you talked to them.
Well, I had a Zoom meeting with Mr. Pennington, and I believe you were
And I
on there.
was on
so
there too.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it was whoever was assembled. Now, the official notice gets sent based upon state statute. The city sends it to the owners of the property.
Property, yes.
There's no way for us or the city to know who is or is not an owner. That notice gets sent. Typically, what we're hopeful is that the neighbors kind of get together and tell everyone that a meeting's been had. What I would commit to is, we're happy to have as many meetings as necessary. This is not the final stop. It's a recommendation. Ultimately, it will go to city council. So if there's some people that don't feel like they were heard in our Zoom, we're happy to have additional Zooms. Now, in terms of your question about is there going to be a wall? No.
Won't be a-
What we think is going to be better is keep all those trees.
The trees, okay.
So we're not going to touch those trees within that buffer within the program description.
Okay, so, the neighbors, you told me that you said that someone had talked to the neighbors and they were all for it. But from what I understand, the neighbors don't know anything about it. Now, they may not be the property owners, but they live there.
Yeah.
And you said that I don't know if it was you or the owner of the property. He said that they had talked to the neighbors. The neighbors told me no one had informed them about what's going on. So we do need to have more meetings.
Sure.
We will.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Kamal, and I think you have my email. Yeah.
Okay, and is it true that it could possibly destroy some of the structures with the strip mining?
No.
That's not true.
Correct. That is not true.
Okay, so how do I know that?
I'm sorry?
How do I know?
Destroy one of your structures?
If you're doing strip mining,
Yeah.
and it can erode the soil, can it destroy the structures?
No. So, again, we're going to be mining at a good distance away from the homes. What I would say is, if there was damage to a home, I would direct you to go see a lawyer and sue my client.
Okay, and so as far as the dust, are you
So
going
the
to?
dust is controlled through DEQ.
It's going to be controlled. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. And I do want to reiterate, I am fully committed to helping facilitate these meetings. So Ms. Willis and we can visit, and hopefully we can get Councilwoman Nice also to join us. But appreciate, David, your efforts to keep us all together, keep us informed on this, and the efforts to just get the right language to protect the neighbors. So definitely am appreciative of that. Okay. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Is there anyone here wanting to be heard on this item?
I have some questions.
Please, go ahead.
Thanks. All right. David, this one, I'm a little surprised because I didn't see anything in the application in writing. Maybe I missed it, that said this was just to prepare for some other development. I thought this was just a mine. It looks to me like, we say in here a lot of times, once you have something approved, whatever this applicant's going to do doesn't necessarily limit the future applicant. So whether it's your applicant or a future owner of this, I think this would be approved as a mine, and they don't have to develop anything. You said it's not development ready, or you'd be going a different direction. I'm not sure why then we're not waiting until we have something development ready and we actually know what this is for. Let's see. Comments about the State Department of Mines and DEQ. I hear that, but I would assume what they would limit this to would be what is compatible for a mine. So while, we talk about, dust blowing and things, I'm just afraid, I don't have enough comfort that those agencies wouldn't say, well, yeah, it's a mine, there's gonna be some dust. But what may be okay for the mine may not be okay for the neighbors. Let's see, I'm gonna have a question here, but first I wanna make these points. So, let's see. Let's just get to it. Unless I missed it, I didn't hear that there's some limit on this to a year or two to get ready for a development. It seems to me it could be perpetual. They could be mining 10, 20, 30 years from now. Maybe I missed that. If I did, please correct me. And otherwise, to mitigate this, I'd need to hear it was more than 200 feet. I heard something about, well, once you go to actually do a development, it can be closer. But I'm still not comfortable with that. To approve a mine, I'm going to need it to be limited to a number of years or much farther than 200 feet. I'm more concerned than the folks that have stood up, the neighbors. I'm concerned on their behalf.
So it's 5 years. There's also an additional check that if 6 months go by without use, a special permit lapses. So in terms of what I meant by the I-2, so we are removing topsoil. Because we're removing it, but it's not part of a development, that requires a mining permit because it's independent from a development. If we were ready to develop an industrial development, we could move all of the topsoil that we're intending to move here and more, and we'd be much closer than 200 feet as outlined in the program description. We would be whatever the I-2 regulations next to I-1 or next to R1.
25.
So it'd be 25 feet with no requirement that trees be preserved. We could rip down every tree on that site and build a site-proof screen and be compliant with the I-2 zoning.
Okay, tell me this, once you get ready for that development and that application comes in, then you'll be able to do those things though, right?
Then what?
Then you'll be able to do all those things that you can't do right now, that you're not asking for now. That doesn't say you won't ever be able to do it, but in the future, you'll be 20 feet, 25 feet away and doing all
Perhaps.
these horrible things. That's just what you're saying we're going to do later, just not immediately.
The reality is it's unlikely that there's any viability for an industrial development here and that we will have to come in for a rezoning application, is the reality of the situation. Based upon where it's at and proximity to the highway, in terms of, so you've got a state mining commission and then you have ODEQ, right? So they're concerned about two different things. The mining commission is concerned about how you are actually mining. Mining is, I think, a bit of a misnomer because I think in people's minds when they hear mining, they think it's subterranean. Here, everything is on the surface.
On that, I've been wanting to ask, how deep can they go? There's a limit on how deep it can be?
Yeah, so we already have a permit from the State Mining Commission that outlines all of this. We've tried to bake all that into the program description. Give me a moment. So, but then DEQ is, of course, concerned about the other things. They're concerned about erosion. They're concerned about dust. That's where the silt fencing comes in. That's where the requirement of water trucks and all those things through the city and ODEQ.
Under this, is there a limit on how deep it can be, though?
How deep we can cut?
Yeah, you're saying it's just the surface. A mine, to me, I imagine it being deep. If this, and I know we're not doing a PUD or a spud here, we can't put specific limitations maybe, but if this said we're not digging deeper than 10 foot, we're not going to do this longer than a year or two. If we're going to be farther than 200 feet, I could get more comfortable with it. I'm picturing a mine out these people's back doors for up to 5 years, and then a request for an extension beyond 5 years.
Well, we'd have to come back, right? I mean, there's a check on it there. Hold a moment. So we have, like I said, I'm holding our permit that's been issued from the State Mining Commission that is part of your packet. But in terms of the specific depth of the cut,
And I apologize, and it's not that I want some exact foot, it's just, if this is surface, where is that clear? If this could be 300 feet deep in a full-blown mine and somebody's going for years digging out just to supply whatever all is being mined, that's not for future development, that's a mine.
so it looks like there's a max depth, depending on where you are on the site, of 50 feet. And again, it's strip mining, which is a term of art, meaning it's from the surface. It's not a subterranean.
So is there a way that you could, even if you're not going to agree to it, is it possible you could limit yourself to less than 50 feet? Would you consider farther than 200 feet, and would you consider less than 5 years? Any of those?
No. One of the problems is there'd be no way to measure the depth, right? Like the Mining Commission has granted us this permit. The city doesn't have an independent topographic survey telling us how deep that we've mined. The city is literally just authorizing the use. The Mining Commission is who is monitoring the balance of the stuff.
All right, well, okay, thanks. I'm afraid I'm not convinced. I feel like I'm approving a mine, whether for your applicant or future owners of this, and I can't get comfortable with a mine like this in these folks' backyards, I'm afraid.
So this is not an uncommon occurrence. Where you are adjacent to the river, there are, in fact, if you keep going north, further northeast Oklahoma City, there are dozens and dozens of these operations. 200 feet is the biggest setback that I've been a part of in any of these mining operations, and there are residential uses and structures up and down the river where mining operations take place. This is a very common occurrence. I know it sounds weird because we're using the words mining, but again, I go back to the current zoning of the property. We're giving more assurances and setbacks and I think protections to the neighbors than otherwise exist today.
Okay, you're saying it's not unusual. I think I've been on this commission about 5 years, and I don't remember approving a mine that somebody needed to prepare for a development. I may be missing it, but it seems unusual to me.
I can think of 3 that you've been a part of since you've been on Planning Commission, 1 up northeast, 1 on South Rockwell. I'd be happy to send you this,
No,
the
that's all right.
staff reports. in the area.
It's your day job, not mine. I'm sure you're right. We probably have it, but it does seem unusual still. I'm not used to this just to get ready for a development, so I can't support it unless I know what the development's going to be. And some more specifics, it just seems too open-ended to me.
Well, yeah, I agree to disagree. I think it's less open-ended than what's there now.
Mr. LaForge, or Commissioner LaForge, far be it from me to try to help Mr. Box out of a hole he's digging, but
Is that a pun?
No pun.
Early in my legal career, I had the opportunity to learn way more than I had ever dreamed about sand mining. The term mining is really, really misplaced. It is a term of art, but if you think in your own mind of it as removal, they're removing topsoil, they're removing gravel, they're removing sand. There are no holes being dug down into the ground. And that is controlled by the permits that they have.
And real quickly, because I don't want to make something out of nothing, but if I knew that for sure, but it seems to me like what we're approving could be more than that. It could be 50 foot deep. It could, and it could be a long-term mine, even if, it seems to me. I get that it can be a term, if they're really planning on doing what they say, but we a lot of times say we cannot trust necessarily a future owner is going to do exactly what they're saying. I believe they could do more than what you just said. I believe this is permitting a lot more than that.
This is different. This is not like a conceptual site plan. These are documents filed and approved by the State Mining Commission. We cannot exceed that. We cannot exceed the program description that were to be approved. This isn't a pretty picture that exists in PUDs. These are documents controlled by the city and a state agency limiting what we're doing to what we have filed.
My concern, I'll say it one more time because I still have the same concern, is that when we reviewed this in advance, I was under the understanding that it would be 200 feet from the property lines of the adjacent neighbors and the trees would be preserved within that 200 feet. And I think that's more appropriate. There's a number of homes, they're established homes. This is a big site, and I think that it wouldn't be too much to ask to increase that buffer to an actual 200 feet from the property line.
So I would
trees
need
within
to defer-
within that same 200
Yeah, I'd
foot
need to
buffer.
defer it. My client's not here, and thus far, they've been unable to do that. Again, we think what we're offering is significant by agreeing to keep those trees. That's not a requirement. We've agreed to do that through the TE. So we think that what's shown there is a fairly significant buffer that would protect.
Let's see if we have the votes for 200 from the property line. At this point, it looks like we're at 100 with the trees preserved.
Could we
But-
put this to the heel of the docket so I could at least go out and explain to my client what's going to happen?
Sure.
Okay.
The other thing that I'll say, I had the same initial reaction as Commissioner LaForge. And the way I'd phrase it is slightly different. I was concerned about the scope. I didn't understand I made the same assumptions about what mining meant. So I initially was like, oh my God, what are they gonna do? It wasn't until I had it explained to me more carefully what it is exactly that we're giving them permission to do. At first, I thought it was that we were giving them some rights to extract minerals of some kind from the ground. That's what I thought. Once it was clear that what they're actually trying to do is remove some of the dirt, that's different. So I know, and I think that was Commissioner Powers' point, was just because they used the term mining does not mean that that's the actual scope of the definition is mining in the traditional sense that I think that you and I are, or at least I initially thought. But go ahead.
The reason I'm stuck on it is just because if I knew what this development was going to be, then I might buy in more. But without, and earlier today we were talking about, well, you know, I wanted more detail. What are we really talking about here? And this one, I don't know that I can trust this is really for a development. Dirt is valuable in certain locations to move it. I think it might be, I need to know that that's not what the issue is here, is 50 foot of dirt being pulled out for the next 5 years, just for the purpose of getting the dirt.
Okay. Other questions, concerns, thoughts from commissioners? It sounds like Commissioner Box, it sounds like Mr. Box is going to, although it feels like he is because he's here every time, wants us to wait on voting. You all want to ask another question? Go ahead, Ms. Thomas.
I want to also add, like Mr. LaForge, I studied up a little bit on strip mining. Strip mining, it removes the topsoil, and it says it only goes down a few feet. But like Mr. LaForge said, if it goes down 10 feet, what does that do to our residents? You know, will it move them or what? You know, even though you might be 200 feet from us, I played on the Oklahoma River as a kid, and it's slowly going down now. So if Mr. Box comes in and he's near the Oklahoma River and he does some strip mining, what does that do to our homes that are there now? And when we already know the Oklahoma River, just through nature, it has come closer to our homes. So there's a difference between a few feet and he said 50 feet. I don't agree with that, and I'm scared of 10 feet, like Mr. LaForge said. You can't guarantee us, can you, Mr. Box? How many feet?
The law would guarantee that if
There's a-
my client did this and there were damage, that you would have an actionable claim. Mr. Chair, what I'd ask to do is let's defer it to the 23rd of February.
Okay.
Okay, so
Well, if we deferred, I mean, that just gives more time for this discussion. And so that's perfectly fine certainly with me, unless we're ready to vote up or down.
I'm fine with deferring.
So it sounds like we need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to defer this item to the February 23rd meeting.
The motion is to continue this item to the February 23rd meeting. It's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. Commissioner Claire, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers? Yay. Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Yay. Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. The unintended consequence, the unintended negative consequence, and I mean this for Ms. Willis and Ms. Thomas, the unintended negative consequence of the choice that we just made is that this process will go on a lot longer. So you should anticipate that since we're not going to have another meeting on this issue until the 23rd of February, that then then the next action that would be taken would be 6 weeks from there to the city council. So we are talking about another 2 to 3 months or more of considering this. So that's the negative consequences that we're going to be having this discussion a while. So just
and that's okay with me.
Okay.
Because I understand that it is a process, but we did, just like we said, that we have conferred with you and Mr. Box. And though, just like Mr. LaForge asked, there were questions that we asked of his client, and they did answer. And so ongoing conversations should be had, because the whole neighborhood will have a Zoom and we'll have a major discussion, because maybe there are some questions that I'm not asked, out of the 20 questions that I asked, maybe there are some questions that I'm not asking that they might. But just as Ms. Thomas asked those questions, they were included in the questions that we sent them and asked. And so we did, do our due diligence, but I would like for our residents to be able to say that they had a say versus me as their delegation to speak on their behalf.
definitely. Well, we'll get together on.
And thank you.
Yeah, but thank you. Thank you both for coming. So, and we'll keep on going. All right, we're now in line for item 24.
This is SPUD 1480, application to rezone 4108 Hemingway Drive from R1.
Good afternoon, Mark Zidzow with Johnson & Associates. Address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Jared, if you could put the site plan up. Actually, that's good. This is a project we're really excited about. It's a project near the 39th Street District. Within the last couple of years, the 39th Street District had a new street enhancement project done, new trees, new paving, brand new sidewalks, a lot of new lighting. It looks great. You should go out there. This particular part of town has experienced some issues with homelessness and congregations, and this particular piece of property has history with that. It's an old OG&E easement. It's about 75 feet deep. It's a little bit unique in that it's sat between residential lots, and it stretches, I believe, all the way back to Classen Boulevard. Over maybe the last 10 years, there has been some developments that have occurred in these easements. You can see on this map off of Kentucky, there's a house, a single-family home that was built there somewhat recently. We did not receive any protests. We did receive two letters, and I don't know if the McCoys are here. I believe it was from Mr. and Mrs. McCoy. One letter specifically addressed this property being troublesome to police and fire and homeless encampments that existed on the site. When our client purchased the property, they installed a fence and a gate in an attempt to keep encampments out of it. With this project, we think that ultimately is going to solve that issue, not only because we'll have access that goes from Kentucky to Hemingway, but also there will be people on site and a property management company that will ensure that the property remains clean and safe. The other letter that was received referenced a lot of Google searches about gas explosions. We got with ONG. There have been no explosions on this block that they were aware of. All the lines in this area are residential service lines that would service anyone's home with like a gas range. So through our section and our property, there are no high-pressure gas lines, and there's not even any ONG lines within our site. Of course, if these units end up using gas, those will be installed with current modern-day requirements and standards. So those are the two letters that were received that I don't know if they made it in your packet, but were likely emailed to you. After conversations this week, we do have 4 TEs that we'd like to add. The first TE being no rooftop patios are permitted. Number 2 is if developed as multifamily, the number of buildings will be no less than 5. This is to prevent one long linear structure on the entire block. Number 3 is the maximum building height shall be 25 feet and 2 stories. And the 4th TE is that signage may be permitted over the driveway, but shall not be internally illuminated. And the purpose of that is on the Hemingway side of it, their signage they're envisioning almost kind of like a marquee. If you think Classen Curve, there's kind of a structure over the driveway that denotes kind of what they're driving into. That's where they would like their signage, but we agree that it won't be internally illuminated to prevent any light from adjacent neighbors. The other item that we'd like to talk through are stop signs. This is a unique project in that because of the depth, our driveways are not going to be two-way. It's going to be one way in and one way out. And how that is configured is the in is off of Kentucky and the out is onto Hemingway. Hemingway is an interesting intersection. Jared, if you can go, perfect. Where there's a curb cut and there's essentially two public streets paralleling each other, Pennsylvania and Hemingway. So what we would like to do, but on the applicant side, it's difficult for us to get this done without the city initiating an application, is to put a stop sign on the northbound and southbound street of Hemingway, and we will have a stop sign that comes out of our development. So it'd be a 3-way stop. We are not proposing a stop sign coming off of Penn. We believe that traffic needs to get off of Penn quickly and not back up into it. But it's just it's an interesting and unique area, and we think those stop signs would be necessary. The reason as the applicant that it's more difficult for us to do this is we need 66% of signatures of adjacent property owners, and that can be difficult to get. The Traffic Commission will not docket our request if we do not meet that minimum threshold. Whereas if the city is to come in, they can put in stop signs without needing to meet that threshold. Our office would be happy to assist in the preparation of any paperwork and any exhibits that are needed, but the city being the applicant does make it a much easier process for something that I think we would all agree should be done. And this is the interesting intersection, I think, between land use and transportation planning. And I know there are different bodies and boards, so we wanted to open that discussion up to figure out how we can make that happen.
Mark, of course, we talked about this yesterday, and then I looked at it a little bit harder afterward. What was your reasoning for having your in off of Kentucky and your out off of Hemingway? and not the reverse of that.
Sure. So ultimately, the in and the out, the same traffic, same number of cars are going to circulate around the block. The way we have this designed is the parallel parking off our drive is on the north side, and it's a much more natural maneuver if you're driving a vehicle. If you think about traditional parallel parking on a street, you're going to be backing up to your right. Whereas if it goes the other way, you're backing up to your left, which is the less common way, and we felt for residents it would be a much more natural movement.
Just thinking about Hemingway and Pennsylvania and all that, I'm just wondering that if the majority of your folks are coming off a Penn, and the way that you kind of have it right now is it's almost a straight shot in, whereas when you're leaving, you have to make a right, a slight jog, and then back to your left. I'm just wondering from a just from a traffic flow standpoint, and if you're having to stop on your way out, but if you had inbound traffic, they wouldn't have to stop. If you wouldn't have better flow if you had the in off of Hemingway and then people just come in off of Pennsylvania and just go right in. I'm not sure how that weighs out against a little bit of awkward having to parallel park on the other side. I think there's plenty of one-way streets where there's parallel parking on both sides that people, have to do that every once in a while.
So, if I may, there's one other reason, Jared, if you go back to our site plan, one of the things we tried to be cognizant of, ultimately, I think we'd be agreeable to whichever flow of the direction you would ask of us. But on the off of Kentucky side, we have folks coming in that way. There is a single-family home that we were trying to be respectful of. So rather than every car exiting that and pointing their headlights at that home, that's one of the other ways. But from a traffic flow standpoint, if the preference is enter off Hemingway and exit on Kentucky, I don't know that we have a preference one way or another. Agree? Yeah.
I do. This is in my ward, of course, and I drive down 41st Street about 100 times a week. And when we first started talking about this, I'll say this is a really interesting little piece of property. It's unique to the max, and it is problematic in direct proportion to that. I have walked it and talked it with people for tiny homes and pocket neighborhoods and all kinds of things over the years. All of those people went away. I mean, the idea of getting it to be actually developed, I think, is a plus. In terms of just infill development in Oklahoma City and the need that we have for that, and the need that we have for modest and affordable housing. I mean, I am in favor of seeing it develop, and I have thought a lot about how it would work. I too actually started off thinking it would make more sense to go in off Hemingway. But I think, as you approach the intersection, it's currently a T that goes off onto Pennsylvania. Here, with this entry, you're almost creating a four-way stop, but I think it needs to stay a T. And I think if people have to stop as they're coming out of the development and can look to their left and look to their right and see cars either stopped in either direction or can see coming straight at them across Penn, which happens so often, into that little, I don't even know what to call it, inlet off of Penn onto Hemingway Drive, it would be a better thing for them to have to stop and look and be aware of what's going on around there. My 2 cents. I too, I'm not going to lay down in front of the bulldozer over which way you go in and which way you go out. But I think it, just as someone who drives it so much, I think it makes more sense for you to exit from the development onto Hemingway.
Yeah, and to your point, Klaus Roman Phillip, 2801 North Hudson. I agree, and something Mark didn't mention on the stop signs, I don't think, is that it would be a stop sign coming off of the new drive and then north-south, but then coming off of Penn would not have a stop sign. So you would have that flow coming in, off Penn, kind of unrestricted. But I think it would be good to pause at that intersection because it is a little bit strange, and if someone's maybe trying to parallel park in the Hemingway Drive and someone has to wait on them, there wouldn't be any blockage of that intersection, essentially. It would always be free,
And likely in time, as residents move in, I think what we'd find is that they're more likely to use 40th, or if they're coming from the south, to work off of 39th and come down Kentucky. They're going to have, the distance doesn't get shorter, but it saves an extra stop and turn to avoid coming in off the odd median opening off of Penn.
And I feel strongly enough about the stop signs that I would in fact like to see the city initiate that application. I think they need to be there. Currently, there are none right there, and it's problematic.
It is.
As you're coming out of the Brahms that's there on the south side of 40th Street, you're directed not to turn up 40th. So the traffic coming out of Brahms is directed to Hemingway. And I think it would make a lot of sense for there to be stop signs there. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not mic'd up. So I think this flow is what makes more sense.
I have a process question, and I was posing it to our council. What you're asking that in order for the city to initiate the application, is that some action that we need to take to do that, or
I think you can request that, but I think that needs to come from
the council?
Yes, from the council. Somebody needs to get with them.
So yeah, I think it should be part of the recommendation.
Gotcha. I guess that's not technically a TE. I guess that just goes with our motion to recommend approval and that, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, we would agree to whether it's a TE or even a formal letter coming from the esteemed chairman and the planning commission to the traffic staff that they seek stop signs here. It is just a little bit unique, but I do think that particularly in the core, maybe a new code will address this, but the, pun intended, I guess, the intersection between land use and transportation happens frequently, and I think sometimes there needs to be a little bit more communication and support for each other to make sure that these types of things are getting approved in a safe manner.
Makes sense. Commissioner Govine?
Yes, my question. My mic is, yeah. Can you clarify the proposed TE number 2? Again, I wasn't quite clear. I'm supportive of this development. I like the kind of the small cottage-style duplexes, and then you mentioned larger scale multifamily, and that had me pause a little bit because talk me through that, please.
Thank you for allowing us to clarify that. Commissioner Powers shared the same concern that, if we approve this, what stops either this developer or a future one of building one extremely long linear building? And so that is not our client's intent. So the thought process behind this TE is that by saying no less than 5 buildings for multifamily requires that building to be broken up at least 5 times. That's the thought process.
Well, so how do you come up with the number 5? Because right now you've got 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 buildings.
Sure, so I can let class answer that, but we're still working through the buildings and the programming. This is conceptual. There are some things that are still shifting around. We felt that 5 was a number that would allow it to be broken up enough, but if 1 or 2 of these buildings end up getting combined, it's not going to prohibit us from moving forward with that type of design. And again, class can speak to just the tightness of these buildings and the number of units within them. We need a little bit more flexibility, which is why we don't want to tether it exactly to the number that you see on the screen.
So a different way of looking at this is that it would require a minimum of 5?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I think that's no less than 5, but it can be more than that. Right, but so, I mean, I can see what you're proposing. You're gonna make these 3 blocks you're gonna combine 4 into 1. You're doing 2 8-plexes and a 6-plex, basically.
Yeah, it's still a working document, but we're looking at all kinds of different options. But for example, it is a tight site, and we want to maintain a 1-to-1 parking to unit ratio roughly. So it's almost, without that language, it'd almost be baked in, because parallel parking isn't going to get us all of the parking that we would need. So we have those pockets of, I guess you could say, off-street parking within the development to meet that parking requirement, which kind of breaks it up periodically. So probably about five buildings would be, about the minimum that we could do to meet that parking ratio. Because there's a balance too. If we develop more of it, we'd have more units. We wouldn't meet that parking ratio. So I think, but that does guarantee that we're not going to have one big long building down the whole.
Sure. I think my concern, and I'm not, like, this isn't a hill to die on, but is that the pattern of development here appears much more consistent with the residential pattern of development of the neighborhood, with smaller units broken up more. Turning this on the left side, the longer plot, making that 3 buildings on that side and 2 buildings on the other, there's your 5. But that's going to feel very different to these residences on, that are bordering to the north and the south. So I feel like we should say 7 buildings, because you could do 5 on the large plot and then 2, and maybe that's arbitrary, and maybe that's not the right answer, but you've already got 2 over here on one plot, so.
That's an important distinction, and I just clarified. The 5 buildings, the intent was on the eastern property. So to your point, it would be 7, because we have a separate tract that I think sometimes getting lost in these conversations that have 2 buildings. So.
You mean the
so
western
I said
property?
eastern. Our western
Yeah.
plot would be 5.
So now you're saying
Okay.
you want to change the TE to say 7 instead of 5.
The 5 number was kind of, one that we had been looking at is 5 buildings on the western portion, the larger
From
site,
Kentucky to
essentially.
Hemingway.
And then 1 or 2 on the other one, depending on, what we could fit unit-wise. And then some of the intent was also to reuse some of the designs on the larger plot. There were probably 2 or 3 unique building designs, and see if we can adapt that for that other portion, the smaller site, the eastern site, sorry. None of this is, we don't have a specific plan that we're coming with, architectural plan, I guess, on how the site will be laid out. We're trying to just kind of define, what we can and can't do from a kind of macro development standpoint. So yeah, the 5 is kind of a number that we felt kind of matched what we were thinking. I think there's some flexibility that we could, on how we.
Well, I feel better with, if the 5 is focused on the larger western plot only and not including the other, if we can make that clear, I feel that's a step in the right direction.
I'm glad you clarified that,
but-
because I was just always assuming it was. That was just how I was thinking about it. So I think that's important.
No, I fall into that trap too, because I see the big one and I forget about the little lot on the other side, so, yeah.
But I would encourage you to try and be sympathetic to the pattern of development of the neighborhood.
So if I'm understanding correctly, we're going to amend the TE that was TE2 to, if the western tract of this spud is developed as multifamily, the minimum number of buildings will be 5. And then, I like the line just to help, but this is to prevent one long linear structure. Just a belt and suspenders, I think.
And yes, I definitely view that as a minimum. So.
How does this get serviced with trash?
Sorry?
Trash, how are you gonna get rid of trash?
We'll have a private trash service, and we won't have any dumpsters because it'll be really difficult for a traditional, trash service like that probably. So we're going to work with a private trash contractor to remove trash, probably more of a polycart type.
So we don't have a
smaller
big beep
roll-off.
beep truck coming in at 5 o'clock on Tuesday morning and waking up everybody for blocks around?
That is not the intent, no.
Okay.
Other questions? We do have someone signed up to speak. I will say this for the benefit of my wife and the 2 or 3 other people that are watching this meeting. that this is just a conceptual plan. So it is important that the language and the words that we use are really, really important because that's what will be binding for the architects. So that's just something to really keep in mind, is that if you don't love what it looks like right there, you're in luck because that's just a conceptual plan. What's more important is what the wording actually says. So
I'll note real quick too, it's kind of
Please.
difficult sometimes from an architectural standpoint. With a unique site, like Commissioner Powers was talking about, it's tough to go really far down the road on an architectural design. You're not sure if you can get, what that approvable, parameters are going to be for the
Yeah.
SPUD. So there's that push and pull where you get, work on the SPUD, and then you can continue developing architectural design.
that's true. Okay, we have Marquette Clay signed up to speak. Oh, sorry. Do we want to hear from Destin first? You want?
That's the Seagram's Utility. I just wanted to address a comment that Commissioner Govine made about putting the building on the south side. The south side is where we have a sewer main running for the houses on that side, so we would not want a building on the south side of the property.
Oh, okay. Sewer main. Gotcha.
Unless they relocated that sewer line and reconnected all those houses. So that's just, I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clay, sorry.
Marquette Clay, 1708 Northwest 41st. I actually own 5 properties on 41st, and none of my properties back up to this here, but the same thing is going on behind mine. I question a lot of things. You say you go up and down 41st all the time? Well, I've lived there since '94, so I really go up and down there. The amount of traffic and putting in, and for them to ask you guys to approve the stop signs as kind of going around the neighborhood.
No, we do not have the authority to approve the stop signs. We do not have the authority to
Was that not
impose
what
the
he was
stop sign.
asking?
He was asking that we include in our, if we were to recommend approval of this, he was asking that we recommend that the city council make the request to put in those stop signs the way that he's suggesting. But we do not have the authority to put in those stop signs.
I think you go through the.
It would go to the traffic
Through the homeowners who live there. And because there's a lot of traffic already. Just when we have to deal with the people who come from the Hemingway, and people who come off of Penn, and people coming from Brahms, there's been so many accidents there, I can't even count the number. And to now put 2 more stop signs right there, and the question about these homes, are they gonna be 2-story?
They can be.
Because, the conversation about people wanting to enjoy their backyards. My home's been in Southern Living, 3 or 4 times. 3 or 4 additions. People enjoy their yards. And after living there for all these years, who wants to come, step out your backyard or close your windows because everybody across the back is looking at your house? So I think there's a lot more to consider than, let's do it because the homeless are breaking into this alleyway. Because it's an alleyway. It's like 80 feet across there. So you need a road to drive down. All of our utilities are on that south side. So when our electricity goes out, our cable goes out, they're in that property fixing it. So it would be on their road. So the homeowners couldn't get in and out if the utility companies are working. So I think there's a lot more to consider. It's just not, it's an unused property, this would be great for it. I think there's more to consider.
Thank you. Mr. Clay.
Mr. Chair, could I ask questions, not questions for him, but it's along the lines of some of his comments. Maybe everybody else is aware, but I wasn't familiar with this strip. There's, till today, or till this meeting, there's 5 blocks of that unique private ownership. It looks like the same owner owns all 5 blocks of that middle ownership. Do we know when that became privately owned? It's a little bit to his points. Is it something that happened in the last 10 or 20 years, or has it been privately owned?
That'd be
for a
from Mark,
long
but my
time?
understanding it was for
OG&E,
high transmission lines for OG&E before. They don't need it anymore, so now it was.
Yeah, do we know about when that was? I'm trying to look at some records. It looks mixed.
I don't. I mean, we can try and find that information.
Okay.
I don't know if Ms. Powers knows just from her experience with the
I
property.
know, it's as long as, I've lived in the area since like 91, so, I mean, it's always been that way.
It's always been privately owned? Okay.
Well, no, I mean, the pattern of the,
Oh, I'm sure it's always been empty, but, yeah, I just wondered if it was recently sold. It's like these neighbors believed it was going to be one thing, and then it was sold by the city or OG&E or, anyway, if we don't know who owned it.
Buying them up for at least 5 years, because
Okay.
I've had interest in.
True, it's been slowly bought up by different people.
Yeah.
There is some sections that were actually that didn't belong to the two men who owned it all at one time. And they sold, part of it belonged to the city. So there was a neighbor who bought her part from the city because it was not owned by those two men.
Sure.
But after they start selling, after one of them died, and the other brothers start selling it off.
Sure.
And that's where it's now been broken up.
Yep. Well, and the only reason I ask is just because we say to people when they buy and there's an empty field behind them, they shouldn't assume it wasn't going to develop. This will be a little more surprising. So I was curious when people got surprised that, well, now it's privately owned and who sold it, but it sounds like we don't know. And really just, it doesn't change my opinion of it. It seems decent unless there's a lot of protesters, but the fact that there's 5 blocks of this and some of them have some houses, I guess it's maybe all residential right now. So it won't be the first time. I'm not against it necessarily, it's just, unless there was the neighbors all saying that this got changed in the last few years to private ownership, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
Yep. I would just note, I don't know that your aerial, if you go back to that, Jared, shows far, it doesn't show far enough, but as you move closer to Classen, it appears that maybe some of the residents ended up acquiring pieces because it starts to narrow as you get over to Classen. And in terms of Mr. Clay's comments, there are easements that are maintained, both for the sanitary sewer and then electric. So any maintenance that needs to happen, if anything, we're improving access to those utilities. And then we discussed this at length internally when we were developing the site plan. And then Commissioner Powers and I also discussed this. By bringing the height down to the 25 feet and 2 stories, if you were to look at the Putnam Heights neighborhood, it is not uncommon for a 2-story or even the garage to be on the property line, particularly in these older neighborhoods and if they have alleys. So this would not be that unique of a scenario in the core where you have a 2-story structure right really at your property line. That was a common occurrence in a lot of the historic neighborhoods.
I think from my perspective, 2 things. One, I think it's important that Mr. Clay, that we in some way make sure that he and the neighbors have information about how to work with the traffic commission and what's required of that, because again, we can't take any formal action on that, but clearly it's needed. I go to that Brahms, so it is chaos right there, and that needs to be addressed. I wish we had that authority. I do think we should have a discussion about the building height, because to Rusty's point, if you're thinking it's a utility easement behind you, you're not reasonably anticipating, in my opinion, that you're going to have a 2-story building behind you. At the same time, Mr. Clay and all of his neighbors also have the right to have 2-story houses because that's standard in R1. So, but it hasn't historically been the case. I just wonder, what are our thoughts on that?
well, the reason why it's at 2 stories instead of 3 is because I had that same concern.
Yeah.
I did want the development to be consistent with the neighborhood. It is R1 standard, 25, in fact, shorter than would be permitted in R1, which would be 2 stories and 31 feet, is it?
35?
35 feet and 2.5 stories.
So this limits it to 20 feet.
25. We actually started this application at 40 feet. So we've, over the last 2 months, I think, we've really worked and classes really refined some of the options and the height, and that's how we were able to get it down to 25.
And also the things like no rooftop terraces and that kind of thing. As I drive down 41st Street looking to the south, which is where you would be looking toward this development. There is quite good tree cover at the back edge of most of those homes. Those homes are quite modest, And it was really, really important to me, and sort of where we started off, that there not be anything about this development proposal that would in any way endanger the status or security of that neighborhood. People there, they take good care of their homes. It's you know, a well-kept neighborhood. And so I have all those same concerns. I think I have pushed it as far as I'm comfortable pushing it in terms of height limitation, but I would certainly entertain comments by other commissioners if they felt differently about it.
I think they've made a reasonable compromise on the height. I believe in these infill developments, so I do support it, but that was really the same nature of my concern on the size of these blocks is a big, long building doesn't feel the same, of 2 stories looking in your backyard is not the same as a single-family home or a duplex. So I didn't want to stretch it too much further, and so I feel we addressed it sufficiently, but maybe, you know, in my opinion, but maybe not.
I was asking so that I could get a feel for how the commission felt, but it is consistent with R1. Like, that's what everyone would have the right to do everywhere in that's R1.
It's,
So.
well, 10 feet
Well,
lower,
excuse me,
10 feet lower than R1.
Yeah, 10 feet lower than that, but
And
yeah.
when we look at
But a
these,
lot wider.
A little wider. Well, home could be wide. When we look at this and we start thinking about height before we even make these types of applications, the first thing we do is look at the comprehensive plan. And what the comprehensive plan says is that the appropriate height from structure to structure is a 3-to-1 height ratio. We're not that. So the comprehensive plan is saying if you're a 1-story, it's appropriate for a 3-story home to be next to you. We've gone down even further than what R1 would allow to just be 2.
Any other comments, questions from commissioners? Are we ready to vote on this?
Yeah, I'm still hung up on the circulation thing. The more and more I look at it, I don't like the exit to the west because it puts you head to head with incoming traffic. The other thing that I look at, and I wonder if this is a discussion you had, have you had any consideration of closing that removing that curb cut of Northwest 40th Street? Because you're going to have people coming southbound on Penn, and there's no left turn lane to come in that way, and you actually can't take a left on 40th. So everyone has to go down to basically 39th if they're coming southbound on Penn. That little segment of 40th, I think that's just a nuisance, and it creates an intersection. It's like there's like 10 conflict points there.
Again, I think we're open to whatever traffic pattern that you all deem appropriate. I think we're comfortable with how we have it, with the idea that we plan to pursue, whether it's in partnership or as an individual applicant, stop signs to help control that and make sure that it is safe. Because we don't want to move forward with a project that we don't think the residents are going to be safe.
So from a process standpoint, if we were, is this an issue that could go to the Traffic Commission also? Whether or not the entrance or whether it's an entrance or an exit onto Hemingway or Kentucky? Or is that something we have to decide in zoning?
I think the traffic department is going to have a say of where that exit comes out of the development.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't know if we have any staff from traffic who can guide us on that, but I guess my question is, do we have to be the deciding factor on this? Because to me, it should fit into an overall addressing the issues of traffic in this area. So,
well, I mean, if we think about it, we're just talking about land use, which affects traffic, but
Yeah.
ultimately, we're just talking about land use.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is within the scope of the Planning Commission to deal with transportation and circulation. So, I mean, I think what the commission needs to do is do their best thinking on the circulation here and make that recommendation.
Again, I just have to say, I guess as somebody who makes this, who negotiates this, it is something you have to really pay attention to. I think the 2 stop signs would really help that. They're going to put one on their property as well, so really 3. I think I think I'm comfortable with that solution. I would be in line with Traffic Commission, jumping up and down and yelling and screaming at the idea of closing that little inlet off of Penn there, as would half the neighborhood, I'm pretty sure. Even though it is difficult to navigate, and it is, you definitely are taking your life in your hands, getting across Penn and so on, especially at peak traffic times. But it would require a reworking of the entire exchange in order to solve that problem. So if they just closed that off, it would make it worse. So I think I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. Let's confirm, is there anyone else here wanting to be heard on this item? Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'm going to move approval of item number 24, SPUD 1480, with the TEs, no rooftop patios, no less than 5 structures on the western portion of the property, so between Hemingway and Kentucky.
Yes.
Maximum building height of 25 feet, 2 stories. Signage will be allowed unilluminated over the driveways. And I would like for us to recommend to City Council that they consider stop signs on the north and south corners of Hemingway.
Which again, just to clarify to everyone, does not guarantee there will be those stop signs at that configuration. That recommendation would go to the City Council and will decide whether or not the city will apply for that to the Traffic Commission. So just want to be clear.
Did I miss one?
One point of clarification on TE2. We just wanted to say if it's developed as multifamily, no less than 5 buildings. Because if they decide to build a single-family home, that would prevent the application from getting developed because there would be less than 5 buildings.
That makes sense.
If developed as yeah, that makes sense.
That's right. Did I forget one? For some reason, I feel like I forgot one. It's just its own.
Nope. There were 4 TEs, and then the 5th of being the stop sign is
Which is just our added recommendation, not a TE.
Okay, I'm good then.
The motion is to recommend approval of SPUD 1480 to City Council with the technical evaluations as read into the record, as well as the recommendation to encourage the city to be applicants in support of the stop signs on
Hemingway, on the north and south corners of the little, whatever that thing is called. It's practically a driveway out onto Penn.
Excellent. Please cast your votes when available. Has it been seconded? Oh, I'm not even seeing the screen. We're still voice voting, sorry.
I made a motion. Has it been seconded?
Do we have a second?
I second.
Second by Commissioner Govine. Commissioner Clare?
Abstain.
Abstains. Commissioner Powers?
Aye.
Commissioner Privet?
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine?
Aye.
Commissioner Noble?
Aye.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes.
Thank you.
I would encourage our neighbors to reach out to Councilman Cooper. I would also want you all to know the process is not over. It's going to continue 6 weeks from now, where the City Council will have the opportunity to review. We're now in line for item 25.
This is SPUD 1486, application to rezone 4204 South Mustang Road from PUD 1384.
Good afternoon, Jason Spencer, 300 Point Parkway Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. So this is a 4-acre site located at on the east side of Mustang Road, just north of Southwest 44th Street. And basically, this application seeks to rezone the property from the current PUD, which allows for C3 uses, to an SPUD allowing for personal storage and an associated office. So in this SPUD, we've limited building heights and established required landscaping and landscaping buffers and setbacks adjacent to the residential to the north and the east. We have also set architectural standards on this for the buildings. And so we believe that this is a good step down to the more intense commercial that's anticipated to the south and that's allowed in the current PUD. So the current PUD would allow on this tract, for example, eating establishments with drive-through, laundry service facilities, and retail sales and services, to name a few. And so we think this would be a good transition as you step down to the hard corner. Staff has recommended approval. There's 2 TEs, and we do agree with both of those, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
This is in, and I apologize that I wasn't on.
Ward 3.
Ward 3.
Ward 3, oh. Are there any questions from commissioners? I do just want to confirm, and we are going to have a chance for our audience members to present to the commission. Can we just be clear one more time on the screening between this development and the residences to the north and to the east?
Yes. So the screening that we've put in would be basically no less than a 6 foot, no greater than an 8 foot high fence or wall. Could be made out of brick, stone, masonry, or wood. We would also have a minimum 5 foot wide landscaping buffer that would provide landscaping. And there are 9 points for every 25 linear feet of abutment shall be planted. So that would put deciduous or evergreen trees spaced at a maximum of 25 feet apart.
And the existing zoning, what does that already?
I'll have to look at something similar. See if I can
look it
pull it
up.
up.
Some of them online.
If it's C3, I mean, that sounds right, isn't it, 5 feet?
For the buffer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm so sorry, what's the question?
The question is the existing zoning and what buffering and screening is required between the residential and the uses on this property.
Well, my recollection is that that is a much larger PUD, and it does allow personal storage in other tracts of the PUD, just not this one, and they're mirroring all those regulations.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions from commissioners before we hear from our neighbor? I do have one person signed up to speak. This might be, is it you, Kyle McKnight? Excellent.
Yeah, the original PUD looks like that whole corner except for the hard corner.
Gotcha.
All right, hello Commission. My name is Kyle McKnight. I am on 11308 Southwest 41st, so I would be backing up directly my backyard. I would be looking at a storage facility now. I'm actually representing the HOA board. That would be my wife, but we just welcomed our first child last week, so she's
Congrats.
recovering. So the fact that I'm here, I think is a testament to how important this is to our neighborhood. So as a father of a newborn, I've had lots of time to stay up and write out my thoughts, so I'm just going to read them. Again, we went through this with the HOA board mainly because the first notice we got of any development or any change was December 23rd when we got the hearing. And a lot of that will kind of make more sense as I kind of go through. So I don't think that it's naive to say that the homeowners of Canterbury, the neighborhood, would not understand that at some point this land would be developed. We're not naive to think that, but a majority of us bought our homes, built our homes with the understanding and doing the due diligence to know that that was zoned for housing. Now, obviously that can change. Typically, we would have thought we would have got more notice than just the notice that we received in the mail. Particularly individuals working on Goodwill coming to talk to the community and the neighbors about those changes. But let me get back on track here. So some of the neighborhood, we had our homes built, whereas some moved in. We've done our due diligence, most of the individuals in the neighborhood, in researching the home before purchase. Part of the point that I purchased my house was based on that property zoning, knowing that SPUD 1129, located in the very southwest corner, I don't think it shows on this screen, but actually on the next one, is zoned differently. So we have residential with that SPUD 1129 there as well. So on December 23rd, those whose houses backed up to this property, our ideas were crushed of when a majority of residents received the hearing letter. That was the first formal notice that any of us have heard about this rezoning. And it caught us off guard because in the fall of 2022, a sign for a self-storage lot with a number to call was posted on the southernmost tip of this property. So kind of where you see this little dirt road on 44th, very close to SPUD 1129. There's a sign for a self-storage saying coming soon with a number to call to start reserving those units. So most of us equated that to being associated with SPUD 1129 since it was located closer to 44th. That sign not necessarily up farther, up Mustang Road. So when the sign occurred, we didn't think anything of it until we got the letter in the mail. So it really caught us off guard as a community that this was going to be located very close to our residents. Mainly because that is our backyard. We enjoy our backyard, going to spend time in our backyard without having fluorescent lights 24/7, a facility that can be accessed at all times of the night, 38 feet and 4 inches from where my newborn child lays his head at night. That's more of our concern, is just how close this will be. I learned today that there's a little bit of cushion in there with landscaping, so that obviously makes us feel more comfortable, but it's mainly just our concern of how close this is for individuals coming 24/7, fluorescent lights of a parking lot or a facility. I can't, one of the things that I look forward to was putting up a sheet on my back porch and putting a projector and watching a Disney movie with my kid, but that may not be able to happen if I have 24/7 fluorescent lights coming into my backyard. So mainly it's not that we're against this, it's just it seems to be going and progressing very fast without any communication to our neighborhood, our HOA, and our residents that this is going to impact. Personally, myself, I do have a sewer main in my backyard, so I will be impacted a little bit more than some of my neighbors. And in speaking with the surveyor that came, first off, I wasn't there, so we jumped my fence, broke my fence in the process. But more or less, they said they're going to have to be doing a lot of work in tearing down our existing fence. And we understand it's on a utility easeway. We understand that. But when I asked, when this would be happening, he said when it's approved by the zoning board, they'll just come in and do it whenever, and they're not going to replace it, they're not going to fix it, they're not going to tell you when they're doing it, which all seems to be, I get this is just a surveyor. He is hired by the Meadow Lake Homes to perform his services, but it just doesn't go a long way for the good graces of somebody who's trying to be doing and develop and work right next to our community. It just doesn't seem the right way to approach it. And again, as an HOA, we're not against it. We just feel that this happened very fast without any notice for us to initiate any conversations. There hasn't been any formal communication, and I don't know if that's necessary or required, but it does seem to be moving very fast and hasn't given us a chance to kind of talk as a community and work through our concerns with it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKnight. Before I guess I'll go ahead, Sarah.
I'm so sorry. Sarah Welch, Planning. I just want to correct something I just stated. The current application mirrors the architectural regulations of the existing PUD. They're in tract 1 of that, which allows some commercial uses. And then the existing PUD has a 15-foot setback on both sides abutting the residential. In this case, they're proposing 10 on the north. That would be the difference.
So on this, the existing zoning says 15.
Yes.
This says 10. Can you come to 15?
I think we can do that.
Okay.
So we'll meet what the existing PUD said on the setback.
Okay.
And so I would like to state that, so we're pulling up this PUD. I mean, this thing was approved, looks like back in 2009, and it has quite a few C3 uses in it. So, I understand that the neighbors don't look at these things every day like we do, but this has obviously been in place for quite some time. So I would see this as a benefit. This would be a much significantly less intensive use than fast food or a laundromat or some of those type uses. And so we'll agree to do the 15-foot buffer, and I think that it would be a good step down to what we're likely to see, like I said earlier, as a more intense use on the corner there.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hinkle.
Since you have in front of you what the allowed uses in the existing PUD are, what are those?
So
I mean, drive-through restaurants and...
Allows administrative and professional office, animal sales and service, kennel and veterinary restricted, automotive and equipment, cleaning and repairs, light equipment, business support services, convenience sales and personal services, eating establishments sit down, alcohol not permitted, eating establishments fast food with drive-through order window, food and beverage retail sales, alcohol beverage retail sales, laundry services, medical services, and retail sales and services.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hinkle, sorry.
Well, I understand the concerns. Is there concessions that you'd be willing to make as far as lighting? I mean, it says in here on site lighting it shall meet city code, but I mean, I'd be concerned if I was gonna have street lights shining in my backyard all night long too. And surely your hours aren't 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Typically, they're not 24/7.
Right.
But you have lighting for security, so that was one of my concerns, and I wondered if we could include a TE that all lights were to be building mounted, because that's going to be restricted by height, and be zero cutoff fixtures.
Yes, and I think if you can pull up the site plan, it shows that. We've tried to orient where we've got a building along the north there, so there'll be the landscaping buffer and in between it and the neighbors. That building will have a complete brick facade on it, and so there won't be any lights on the backside of that. All the lights will be interior pointed into the
If you live north, I think like Mr. McKnight, he would
Yes.
just be seeing the back of a brick building.
Correct, with
Okay.
landscaping in between.
The point that I was going to make, which is unfortunate, Mr. McKnight, and I empathize greatly. Unfortunately, the existing zoning was done in 2009. And the notice that's required by the state is that we mail it to people within a certain number of feet. And that's the requirement that the state has. If I could change the law and wave my magic wand, anybody who sells a house next to a vacant lot should have to tell you the uses that are allowed, because, and that's, I know it may seem that that we lack empathy about this. It's the opposite. I mean, I think all of us, if we had, our way, we want to protect we want everybody who is in a house to be safe, protected, secure, and get to enjoy the full use of their property. But knowing that this existing zoning allows them to do even more intense things than this, for me, I feel more comfortable approving this than I do saying no, and then they put a Chick-fil-A behind you. Not that I have any problem with I love Chick-fil-A. I shouldn't pick on them, but, Oh, you'd have to come to the mic to address us.
And I appreciate that. I think our understanding was we didn't know
Yeah.
what was required. So, I mean, adding a little bit of buffer, that helps us give us peace of mind, especially when we have our children out there.
Yeah.
Enjoying their time. So, and I know most facilities, while there may not be somebody, I mean, there's a chance somebody's going to come check their storage unit 3 in the morning. I just want peace of mind for my family.
That's reasonable.
I appreciate that.
Oh, there it is.
I saw someone flashed up the facade diagram on the color screen here for 1 second. Could we see that? Because you can't read it in the print in our packet quite, the color coding of that, but I do want to acknowledge that the applicant has made a good effort of putting things in writing as to what's brick and what's not. And I wanted to, where was it was the diagram that's in the packet, but it's in color.
Color plan.
I think it's got some blue. I saw it was up for a minute there. Before that. Yep, there it is.
Oh, there it goes.
Had it.
Oh, Derek.
Okay, so brick only on the
So the blue lines along the north and part of the south are completely brick facade. So where we're right up against the residential on the north, they'll see the full brick facade. And then fronting onto Mustang Road will be we've specified kind of a multi-material facade that we think will blend in and look good with the area.
So, no, I mean, I think that's a good effort. And then the east is a required landscape buffer, correct? And site-proof screening, is that correct?
Yeah, so we'll have the 15-foot landscape buffer apply to the east then, that we've agreed to. And we'll have the same landscaping requirement there. That's also where we'll have the detention pond. So there's gonna be a pretty good setback from the houses to the east to the buildings.
And then the lighting changes that Commissioner Claire suggested. You all have agreed to that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And we did agree going from 10 to 15 on the north boundary. Okay.
Any other comments, questions from commissioners? Anyone else wanting to be heard on about SPUD 1486? Seeing none, I think we're ready.
So are we adding those as TEs?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll move to recommend approval to City Council of SPUD 1486, subject to the technical evaluations 1 and 2, and adding technical evaluation 3, that the north boundary landscape buffer should be increased to 15 feet, and site lighting shall be building-mounted, low cutoff fixtures.
And do we need to do anything else about the 15, do we agree to 15 feet on the east too?
It was already there.
Okay. Just want to be clear. The motion is to recommend approval of SPUD 1486 to City Council with the additional technical evaluations as read into the record. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Claire?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 26.
This is SPUD 1487, application to rezone 16502 North Pennsylvania Avenue from PUD 1809.
Caitlin Turner, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application to rezone property on Penn and Northwest 164th. It's currently located behind that Fenwick Shopping Center. The SPUD is to permit a small-scale specialty auto shop and also have some cars on display. We put in the master design statement that it's limited to a maximum of 6 cars. Again, pretty small scale, doesn't require any frontage, and the property to the east to the west of this is actually this exact use. So very compatible. We haven't had any protests, no TEs, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Noble?
I don't have anything more, see if anyone's here.
Is there anyone here wanting to be heard on SPUD 1487? Seeing none, any questions or comments from commissioners?
It's pretty simple, you can barely even see it.
Yep.
So,
I'm in agreement.
I would recommend approval, SPUD 1487.
Commissioner Noble moves to recommend approval of SPUD 1487 to City Council. It's been seconded by Commissioner Hinkle. In line to vote. Commissioner Claire?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine? Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 27.
This is SPUD 1489, application to rezone 9801 North Lincoln Boulevard from R1.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. My client operates Rain Guard, which is, Jared, do you have the images that we've got? Yeah, one more, please. It's upside down, but if you turn your neck, you will see. It's a high-quality industrial building. What we have is a base of I-1, which we believe to be compatible with the area. Staff does recommend approval. There's one TE that I need to address. Sorry, Jared, would you mind going to the aerial? So what I understand the TE to request is that if we intend to utilize access onto Lincoln, which we do, that we would be required to improve the entirety of Lincoln to city standards. That would be about a half mile. That would be exceptionally expensive. So we think that to be inequitable. I mean, what we agree to do is we will improve Lincoln in front of our site like every other person would be required to do. Other developments have come in and somehow avoided doing that or access to the west. At some point, the city is going to need to do their job and improve Lincoln to make it a city standard street, encourage additional development. We don't think we should be the ones to bear that burden. So we would ask to strike TE1.
Okay, and this is my ward. We had a fun discussion in the pre-meeting about whether or not we even have the authority to make this requirement in the first place. It sounds like we do not, based on, as much as we'd love to have you all pick up the tab for improving the street. You know, it never hurts to ask, right?
Plenty of right away.
So, but there are concerns. The condition of the road is poor, and we are concerned about that. And wanting to, is there any way for you all to have access to the, so that, because I had this discussion with you, want everyone to have the benefit of this discussion. Can you talk about alternatives to access to this property instead of Lincoln?
Yeah,
given
so-
the condition of Lincoln.
Yeah, so to hedge against the ability to have additional access, if you look at section 9, we say access shall be taken from one drive off Lincoln or any other access point approved by Public Works. So there's perhaps an effort or desire to go to the west, and so we allow for that. Of course, we don't own that property, so we'd have to get some sort of cross-access agreement with that property owner, but the PUD would allow for it in the event that we were able to obtain that.
To get it.
Yes, sir.
I mean, for me, that's the bigger, issue is just the street is in bad condition.
Yeah, same thing I asked for, just the ability to connect at some time.
Yeah. Other questions from commissioners? I don't believe I have anyone signed up to speak, but is there anyone here wishing to be heard on item 27? Oh, we can't, it turns out, well, we are allowed to require the improvements in front of just your property.
Which
and you're in agreement with that?
That's required anyways. The TE, my understanding, the way it's worded, was a request to do the entirety. That's why I want to strike the TE.
Okay. So even if we strike the TE, he's still going to have to improve, the developer is still going to have to improve in front of Lincoln. Okay.
Is that, I mean, we could modify the TE just to say in front of their structure or their site.
Okay.
They intend to do that anyway.
Okay.
Then extend it to 102nd.
Okay. Works for me. Any other questions from commissioners? I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to recommend approval of City Council of SPUD 1489, amending TE to state Lincoln Boulevard, or if access to Lincoln Boulevard is requested, the street shall be approved to city standards adjacent to the property.
Half street improvements, which was, I mean, whatever the normal permit requires is what we're going to agree to. Again, it's like saying that we can't, have a use that's not allowed. Like this, we're adding redundancies that I'm not sure make sense, but can we add that, just do the normal permit, whatever the requirements?
As required by Public Works?
Yes.
Okay.
As required by Public Works.
I frankly think that it would be better to simply strike the TE. They're going to have to improve the half-street paving in front of their property. They would have to do that anyway. Anybody would have to do that, supposedly, although all evidence to the contrary.
Go ahead, Barry. Go. Weigh in.
So Barry Lodge, Public Works, I think maybe the best way to handle that would be to either strike it and add, it probably is easiest to reword it, strike that TE and add a new TE that's pretty much the verbiage that David had stated, that the improvements along Lincoln will be in accordance with the requirements of the city ordinances and Public Works requirements.
Which
And
is
I
already
think
the law.
that just covers
Which is
what
back
we
to
need.
Janice's point of.
Yeah.
Why say it if it's a
Yeah,
requirement?
if it's already
All right,
the law.
Strike
Yeah.
TE1.
Yeah. The motion before the commission is to recommend approval of SPUD 1489, striking TE1. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Clare.
Yay.
Commissioner Powers.
Yay.
Commissioner Privet. Commissioner Hinkle. Commissioner Govine. Commissioner Noble.
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge.
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. Good old government. We're in line for item 28.
This is SPUD 1488, application to rezone 801 Northwest 64th Street from SPUD 1042, PUD 1653, and SPUD 1109 to SPUD 1488.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So this is the companion item to item 18, excuse me, that was the closing application for Northwest 65th Street. As Commissioner Powers referenced earlier, this was an area that had kind of gone back and forth, looking for an identity. I think the recent trends and the new builds would tell you that what is happening now is a combination of office and residential. If you think about where this is located, just off the 63rd between Classen and Chartel, you are very close, a mile, maybe less, to a full interchange right there at 63rd and Broadway Extension. Additionally, you are in close proximity to Nichols Hills Plaza, Classen Curve, Chesapeake, and all of those things that we have here in the outer core, I guess. And so the desire to have multifamily is present. You'll know I can't think of the name, but at Western, just west of 63rd, the apartment complex that burned down, my understanding is it's going to come back. So there's a desire for people to live here because of all the things I mentioned. So we believe that the use is certainly compatible with the area. 3 TEs, 1 and 3 we agree to. 2, I'm not sure what it's asking us to do, but Jared, if you could display this. So there's an elevation. The architect had a site elevation produced, and although the garage is 5 stories, that north end of the site is a bit sunken, so the actual impact at grade for that existing house to the north is just over 36 feet in height. Ms. Powers drove the area. There are a 4-story office building in the area that frankly I think is taller than this will be. We also have mitigated via, could you go to the site plan, via buffers on the perimeter of the site that you can see here. And it's worth noting that there's no protest for many of the single-family folks. Now, I expect the lawyer that represents the Triangle will make comment here, but the Triangle, for what it's worth, has the biggest piece of buffer that we have. So we think we have appropriately designed the site. We think that the use that we seek here is in keeping with what the market is demanding in the area and will further the momentum of this particular neighborhood. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Powers?
This was not an easy sell for me. 5 stories is really tall. But I went out and really drove the area. And, not only is there this sort of larger, it's actually technically, I guess, 4 stories, but it's like 4 really tall stories that has been built right on the corner there. You're across the street, across 63rd, of course, from the Chesapeake campus, which is, at least 5 stories. Most of it, parking garages included. And as Mr. Box alluded, the residential structure that burned, and we'll see if it gets rebuilt. But this is kind of a leap of faith for me, I must say. There are also some buildings that front on 63rd that are 5 stories tall. There's a St. Anthony's, like SSM, outpost here just up the hill. And they appear taller because they are up the hill. And also there's an office building just closer to this one. As I said, this is a bit of a leap of faith for me, but I think maybe this is really the way this area is moving. And so I'm willing to take it. So.
I had a similar concern, and that's why that image, Jared, the previous one, the view from the neighbor's perspective, that one was compelling for me. I was most concerned about what it would feel like to go in your own backyard if that was there. So, I'd love to hear Nate's take, or others with that professional background as far as what the reality of what that would look like is. I'd love to hear their perspective. But that was comforting to me, Commissioner Powers, in my analysis as well. Other questions or comments from commissioners?
I agree with that sentiment on the parking garage boundary, and I think the nature of those homes, while they are existing homes, they do seem to be getting replaced with larger developments at a rapid pace. So, though I did have one question though, which was related to the 20% open space TE, which you, David, you did say you agreed to that one, number one.
We do. We agree to 1 and 3. I don't frankly know how to, I don't know what to do with TE2. I mean, I guess we could commit that the height at the 20-foot line will be what's shown on that exhibit.
Well, Mike, actually, I wanted to ask a different question about the open space requirement, which may be for staff, which is, does that, that can't include parking, can it?
I don't think so.
Can anyone?
Does it?
It was more of a technical interpretation of, does open space, does the 20% open space requirement, that can't be filled with surface parking, can it? Or can it?
Well, we get into different definitions, so I think that you need to specify what you mean, because I think it's often interpreted as open space parking.
What was the intent of the TE?
Jeff, I believe it was the just open space for residents.
Yeah, so the better defined would be the amenity space, and so in other words, green space.
Well, my concern is this, is that I can see the parking counts here are high. The application says it will meet the, parking standards. That's a lot of spaces. It looks like more than that garage would hold. But I might be misjudging the scale. So I'm wondering, when is all the surface parking going to be added around the perimeter? Or is that not what the intent is?
No, yeah, there's no intent to have surface parking. My belief from what the architects and the designers have told me was, we're completely comfortable with the 20%, and that doesn't include structured parking or the building. So perhaps we can just modify the TE to be 20% open space shall be provided exclusive of parking garage and building. I mean, the green space you see, my belief is the architects tell me we have 20% open space.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but I suspect that all that space is going to get filled with stuff when this gets actually designed, and I'm trying to avoid this being a building in a sea of parking.
I think that's what we're trying to say, is that the green area, the trees, et cetera, that is amenity space.
Yeah.
And landscaping, and the only parking is in the parking garage. Is that correct, David?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So can we say 20% open space shall be provided exclusive of parking?
Exclusive of parking and structures. That way, like.
Yeah, since there's no.
Well, open
there's no
space
surface
is inherently, but that's what I'm saying, is you can pave the ground, and that's open space, but it's also parking space.
I don't think it is under the code. I don't think parking lots count as open space.
Okay, hopefully they don't. That's why I wasn't sure about. That's why I
don't
asked.
think they
Something
do.
we- yeah, it's something-
But we can add that language, because we also have that interior courtyard that, of course, will be open to the sky. It's got a pool and all those things, so that's activated space. Now, I guess I'd caution, though, like, of course, next to a pool, you're gonna have concrete.
Pavement, yeah.
But that, I think everybody would still say that's open space.
I'm just making sure that it's be able to be used by the tenants, not
Sure,
for
absolutely.
uses other than parking their cars on top of it.
I'll tell you, they're pretty far along in the design, so I mean,
Okay.
he is intentionally drawn.
Green belt, open space.
Yeah, I'm happy to any suggestion. Again, my belief is that the code would not consider a parking garage open space.
Not the garage.
Yeah, it's just.
I'm trying to read between the lines here, because I do multifamily, so I get it a little bit. Anyone else?
Is there anyone else here wishing to be heard on SPUD 1488? We have Ms. Henriksen.
Juanita Henriksen from Henriksen & Henriksen Lawyers, Inc., 600 North Walker Avenue here in Oklahoma City. A vacation of that right-of-way in item number 18 will still have to go before the city council. And so it would be premature to approve any rezoning that involves that right-of-way there on Northwest 65th. And I would ask that this item here be tabled.
This also has to go to city council.
Both items would go to city council, just like we considered it.
Excuse me?
Both items, both the closure of the right-of-way and this SPUD would both go to the city council, and they would review it just in the same way that we just did.
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand that. My position still would be that it would make more sense to have this tabled until after this right-of-way issue goes to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's very common for us to make decisions that are contingent upon the occurrence of other events. I mean, it's what we're addressing is the land use. Yes, if they don't get that vacated, they're not going to be able to build this, but
Yeah, the project can't go forward without the vacation.
Any other questions from commissioners? Any other comments from commissioners? I think we're ready for a motion.
I'm going to move approval of item number 28, SPUD 1488, subject to, what did we ever decide about TE2? Are we just going to strike it, or what? Subject to TEs 1 and 3, with the modification of TE1 to read 20% open space shall be provided exclusive of parking or structures. What did we decide about 2?
I don't know. I mean,
I
I
think
don't know
you
how
strike
to
it.
word
Strike
it,
2.
other than we could refer to this exhibit in terms of the height at the northern property line.
So I guess I think that you have met the requirement of TE2.
Okay.
I don't know a way to make sure that the people at plan review or permit, whatever, you know, will also see it that way. But if you want to suggest a way that you can be assured of that, I'm happy to.
So currently the SPUD has 2 exhibits, is my belief. Excuse me, 3 exhibits. We could make this exhibit D, and so we could say, strike or reword TE2 to say, the building height along the northern property line shall be pursuant to Exhibit D, and we'll resubmit the SPUD, add this as Exhibit D.
I like that. That's my motion.
The motion is to recommend approval of SPUD 1488 to City Council, subject to the technical evaluation amendments as read into the record by Commissioner Powers. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner Privet. Or was it Commissioner Hinkle? Sorry. I didn't look. I should have looked. Commissioner Clare, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Yay. Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge? And I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 29.
This is SPUD 1491, application to rezone 329 Southeast 69th Street from R1.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This is an SPUD that would allow a lot of the uses that are already there to remain. I hope everyone had the opportunity to look at this on Google Earth, at least Streetscape. What you would see is a wonderfully redone house. My client actually lives in the house that's on the corner and then operates his business to the west. He is been in contact with the neighbors before we filed anything. We invited our council person to the site to kind of walk them through it to see what we do. Very expensive fencing that exists around our site. We've drafted an SPUD that we believe to be compatible. It's recommended for approval, and there are no technical evaluations. So we'd be happy to answer any questions if you have it. We'd ask for your approval.
Commissioner Privet?
Didn't invite me, but.
I thought you had better things to do, like surveying.
Well, yeah, maybe. Okay.
Todd gets paid the big bucks as the council person.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Trying to be respectful of your
$1,000.
salary as a planning commission member.
I think this is good to get this into conformance because it was an eyesore before. So I'm in approval of it. Anybody else Sign up
Love
to
the
speak,
info,
planning
love it.
commissioners.
I'll be sure to invite you to every meeting from here on out.
Yeah, not every minute.
Any questions, comments from commissioners? Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on SPUD 1491? Seeing none, I think we're ready. Commissioner Privet.
I'll move, recommend approval of case number SPUD 1491 to City Council.
Commissioner Privet moves to recommend approval of SPUD 1491 to City Council. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Hinkle. Commissioner Claire, how do you vote?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay?
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Yay. Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 30, excuse me. I'm skipping.
This is case PC 10856, application to rezone 941 West Memorial from C3 to R4.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application for R4 at Western and Memorial. We have traditional C3 intense commercial on the corner. To our north and east is actually a series of duplexes that are developed under the R3. If you look at the aerial, Chisholm Creek, the tributary, actually runs through there. So we have a nice natural buffer that will exist. It's consistent with the comp plan. I'm not aware of any protests. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. This is in my ward. Of course, my concern was about the neighbors to the northeast. The fact that there's that natural landscape buffer on top of the fact that the stories of the scale of the buildings is limited to 2 stories alleviates any concerns that I had about that issue. So I'm in full support of this proposal. Are there any other questions or comments from commissioners? Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on PC 10856? Seeing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to recommend approval of City Council item PC 10856.
Commissioner Claire moves to recommend approval of PC 10856 to City Council. Is there a second?
Second?
Commissioner Hinkle has seconded it. Commissioner Claire?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers?
Yay?
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Aye.
I also vote aye. The motion passes. We're now in line for item 31.
This is CPA number 6 for 2022, consideration of a proposed map amendment to the comprehensive plan, changing the LUDA by removing the agricultural preserve layer and changing the base LUDA from RL to RM, located east of North Cimarron Road and north of Northwest 10th Street.
Good afternoon, Vaneri Mujica Ortiz for the Planning Department. So this is CPA 2022-0006. The request is an amendment. You can pass that. It's an amendment to the comprehensive plan, changing the LUDA by removing the agricultural preserve layer and changing the land use typology area from rural low intensity to rural medium intensity. The site is located in North Cimarron and Northwest 10th Street. The actual LUDA is rural low with the agricultural preserve overlay. It's important for you to see that everything surrounded it is very similar. It's rural low with an agricultural preserve. To the west, we got the airport, you cannot really see it very well there, but it's heavy industrial because it's the airport. Next one. The actual land use is undeveloped. It's some rural residential, but it's very rural, that area. The zoning is agricultural. This is some pictures. I just wanted for you to be able to see how the area looks. What, is very rural. There's not a lot of neighborhoods in the area, just one house to the north of it. The site falls outside of the water services, or there's no potential for system to expansion in that area. That map reflects how far. It's more than 3 miles from any, connection. I see some of you looking like, so probably you see some water lines there. There is a water line there that runs north to south, is Canadian County. They have the option to request a connection to Canadian County. If Canadian County refuses the connection, they could request connect to the city. There is a line that runs south in 10th Street, but utilities let us know, the engineers, that that line does not have capacity for them to connect, or any subdivision to connect to that line. So there is not a possibility for them to connect to city water at this moment.
Oklahoma City's water.
To Oklahoma City water.
Okay.
There's not sewage, or there's not even any possibility of sewage in that area. They would have to use some kind of septic system. There's no possibility of emergency services either. They're very far from emergency services. They're longer than rural response, but it's not adequate for this type of development. The conditions and provisions for higher levels of services have not changed for the subject site. No expectation for extension of water, sewer, or future fire stations to improve emergency response time is available in this area. 1 acre lots are not compatible with the rural medium designation until the Plan OKC policies or regulations, and for that, the staff recommends denial of this request. If you have any questions, I'm more than glad to answer them.
Any questions, commissioners? And I guess we'll hear from the applicant.
Yeah. Again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So we agree that 1 acre lots are not compatible. One of the reasons we wanted to continue this item is because we have modified a request to be an RA2 application. What we'd like to do is have 2 acre lots. Perhaps there's more room. One of the things we were hoping to do is have a broad neighborhood meeting with all the folks that are here. Again, we're willing to move to 2 acres. Perhaps there's even more room. It's worth noting that we had a similar application south and west of this site. So the other site was just south of the airport. Staff also recommended denial of that comprehensive plan application. Our request there was for an RA2. Planning Commission recommended approval, and ultimately City Council approved an RA2 application just south and west of the subject site. So not sure what to do here. Again, the analysis is based upon the RA application. Our request is to modify it to an RA2 application consistent with a recent approval that's happened in the area. Of course, we're now more than doubling, or we're doubling the lot size by that request. So not sure how to address it at
this hour.
5:15.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant before we talk about process? Can I give just a little bit of warning before we proceed? And I might not do it justice, so I'll ask staff to help me. It's important for our neighbors to understand this process is being divided. On the first question before the commission is about our comprehensive plan. So the comprehensive plan was a public document, publicly developed by city staff about the way that in the long run our city is going to be developed. Before we can even consider a change in zoning, we want the zoning to be consistent with what the comprehensive plan says. Since what the applicant is asking for is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, he is first asking for us to change the comprehensive plan. Then the next step would be for him to ask for them to change the zoning. So those are actually two different questions. So at this point, the question before us is about whether or not to change the comprehensive plan. As I explained many hours ago, so I apologize, I know we've been here a while. Our desire, most likely, looking at the commissioners here, is for us to delay this until that conversation with the community actually occurs. I'm seeing some people saying no, they just want us to vote yes or no right now, and we're certainly happy to hear your thoughts on that. But I just wanted to be clear that at this point, the discussion is about whether or not it is appropriate for us to change the comprehensive plan. The next question will be, on the next item, will be about whether or not we should rezone this property to allow for this type of residential development that the applicant has in mind. So just want to be clear about that. I do have some people signed up to speak, and it might be you. Are you Jim Brown? Excellent. Would you come to the microphone?
I'm Jim Brown at 15001 Northwest 10th Street. If you look at that property in question, the entire eastern border The parcel just to the east of that is my home. So for a point of clarification, he had indicated that there was an area in close proximity that had recently been reconsidered or rezoned for what he's requesting here. One distinguishing difference that I would point out between this particular property and that property, which he said if it's right by it, is it 1.5 miles or 2 miles south? Maybe closer to 3. This property actually has Shell Creek running right through the middle of it. Shell Creek is a volatile little creek. Multiple times Oklahoma City police officers have to sit there whenever it floods to keep traffic from going through there. Shell Creek is a tributary, feeds into the Canadian, feeds into your drinking water. So 100 septic systems or 50 septic systems near Shell Creek is different than septic systems 2 miles down the road. So I don't think there's a comparison to say there's a similar property close by that meets similar requirements to this. Additionally, I would suggest that there are no properties currently existing that have less than 1 house per 5 acres anywhere close to this area. So the accommodation of suggesting they're going to back it off and increase their lots to 2 acres over 1 acre is still substantially less than the community standard in the area. We can talk, if we're going to have other items on the next agenda, about why we should not allow 1 acre homes. I think he's already conceded that they don't intend on requesting that, even though that was the notice that we received. In fact, I didn't receive notice of this particular agenda item. I don't know why. I received notice of the next agenda item. So this is news to me as a homeowner when I'm walking into this committee meeting that, wow, there's more stuff going on here that we still haven't been aware of. And Mr. Box is quite experienced. If they had intended to accommodate or meet with the neighbors, they would have done that well before this time. He's not a rookie at this, and so I don't think there was any intention, unless there was huge opposition, to even make a concession that we would try to talk with the neighbors and work this out or come up with a workable solution. So if there's another agenda item, I can come back and talk about it, or I can express my concerns about 1 acre lots, but I think that's a given, so.
Well, I mean, at this point, the applicant's requesting that we continue this item for a future planning commission date so that he can request, it sounds like 2 acre lots. So that's the request.
I would then implore the committee who is here now to hear all of my neighbors' concerns about that, because 2 acres and 1 acre doesn't change my personal concerns, and I expect that the neighbors that are here in volume would concur that 2 acres doesn't really do it for us either, and that if we're going to continue to be here all night long and come back again in 2 months and come back again in 4 months, let's vote on it and get it over with, whichever way it's going to be, because there's a lot of reasons this shouldn't be zoned for 2 acres. I mentioned the Shell Creek area. There is water access to my home from Oklahoma City, and I'm in the property adjacent to that, but the water pressure is so low that it's certainly not going to be accommodating 50 homes or more on the property in question. I had an intruder attempt to get into my home, and it took 37 minutes for police to respond. So I don't know if that's safe, 1 per acre or 1 per 2 acres, or how you accommodate to that. I know Banner Schools, which this district falls in, are already using temporary buildings and can accommodate the current needs. There's other development close to Banner Schools. This would be significantly impacting our rural school districts and the roads. There's lots of oil and gas activity, that close proximity to the city. The roads are in constant state of disrepair, particularly on that corner that she was kind enough to show pictures of. The creek floods, I could go on and on about why putting a whole lot of homes or high-density homes in this area just makes absolutely zero sense. And we've all been here a long time, so I'd rather vote on it tonight instead of coming back again and again. And I'm sure we'll still come back again and again with additional requests, but that's my concerns.
Thank you. To that point, and I'm looking to commissioners to guide me here on where our thinking currently is. To that end, to me, that's the point of delaying and having a community conversation. Because if it turns out that after discussion, that the way that the houses are arranged on the lots, that we can get to an appropriate size of the lots that maybe the neighbors may become amenable to. We haven't had a discussion, a more thorough discussion with you all actually contributing to that and seeing what the applicant's willing to do before we render a decision. And so that's why my vote today will be for a continuance, and I empathize with the fact that the discussion would continue, but again, that's I would vote for the continuance because I think we need to talk more before we reach a final conclusion. Other thoughts? Go ahead, Commissioner LaForge.
I might add to that, and it's to, I agree with Mr. Chair. I'd add to that, Commissioner Powers could add even more than I. She's been serving a long time, but we have seen when the groups get together, some accommodations made to where both sides can be happy. I do regret that it didn't occur before. I get what you're saying about you guys came down here, and maybe that should have happened before. Unfortunately, we're typically inclined to push towards still hoping that the parties can discuss and find some ways that some agreements could be made. I hate that it's a meeting today for you guys and potentially another one later. There's a little bit of posturing maybe, the 1 acres, oh yeah, we'll give it to 2 acres. Well, there's probably a lot more give. I don't think that the applicant necessarily is just gonna be stuck with nothing more than that. So I do think there's some good that can come out of discussion between the neighbors and the applicant. It doesn't always happen that you guys come back and, or that the applicant and the neighbors come back and everybody's in agreement. And if not, then that's when we hear what the differences were that remained. To talk about it today, unfortunately, we are a long ways apart, and we're going to have a hard time, as the chair said, of voting up or down because we just don't know how far apart you guys will end up being. So I regret that the discussion didn't already occur, but I'm going to be in favor of waiting, giving some time to give you guys a chance to discuss.
May I speak?
I'm not in favor of amending the comprehensive plan. I see no compelling evidence that this should be rural medium.
So there's that also.
Period.
Commissioners, that if there's no appetite for the amendment in the first place, regardless of the lot size?
Yes.
Something else to consider?
May
You
I
have 5
speak?
minutes to address the commission.
Thank you, sir. Ray Gatto, 1000 North Cimarron Road. I live just directly south of the land that's proposed for the change. When we bought that property 15, 16 years ago, it was zoned agricultural preserve. With that understanding, that's why we bought that property. We are farmers, we are ranchers, horsemen, cattlemen, family people. We love our country life. We was on the understanding that it'll be 5 acre lots for everybody, north, south, all around us. So that's why we bought that property. I invested my livelihood into that, and so have many of my neighbors. And what I want to tell you guys is, we the people, and there's many of us here right now, are going against one person. We ask you from our hearts, from the people, to say no to this. All I've heard all day is yes, yes, yes. The people keep on speaking, but you never listen to us. We want to vote. We want this turned down. We have hunters to the north of his property that duck hunt. So you put 5 houses just to the south of him, how are they going to hunt? You're taking away our way of life. You're taking away every green in Oklahoma City. Yukon, I remember moving here in the 80s. There was green everywhere. That's why I moved here. You can't drive down the street and you set 5 lights to get through the light. Save some of our green. Mr. Pogue knew what he bought. He had many plans, many schemes, and I understand business. I want him to make money, but he knew what he bought when he bought it. It was farmland, and that's the way it should have been. I ask you, I deplore you to keep it farmland. Keep it agricultural, preserved, what it's meant to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more thing that I'd like to bring forth. Did you get the pictures? Okay, can I show you a picture? The infrastructure that we're talking about with all these houses Our community can't sustain it. We're out here in the country, we're the last to see the police, the fire department, and the roads. You don't come out. 15 years, there's a bump coming off of I-40 that'll put you airbound. You have to slow down to 5 miles an hour to go over that bump. You all have not come out and fixed it. I can't say you all, but we've called people and nobody's came out. For 15 years, our bridges are deteriorating. Any more traffic that we have is gonna hurt us. We would like to see, if we're gonna have development, let's take care of our roads, our streets, our electrical lines, our fire departments, before we bring that in there. And I'd like to just, if I may, if you could just pass the phone around. This is the bridge just south of my house. And that's just one beam that's deteriorated. Something wrong. Richland's even worse.
Thank you also. And I definitely appreciate that. That is, I mean, that's what we're here to decide, is whether or not this area is ready for this type of development. And so that's the question with the comp plan amendment, for sure. And so evidence that the infrastructure is not appropriate yet, that's why staff gave that explanation about all of the parameters that should go into our consideration about this decision. The challenge that I have is when I don't know the final form of the ask, it's hard to say no. So since he's moved from 1 acre, now we're at 2, maybe we end up somewhere different, it's hard to say no when I don't know what the final action will be.
Right.
So just to be fair to somebody owning their property and respecting people's property rights, and that's important to me.
Yes.
But I appreciate you coming down and certainly happy to listen to other neighbors who have comments to make as well.
I yield.
Is there anyone else here wishing to be heard on PC 10858? I don't even think I'm reading the right thing. The comp plan amendment. Go ahead, Commissioner Bowers.
No, I'll wait.
Okay.
Okay. My name's Adam Slattery, 2300 Shell Creek Road. I would implore you guys to vote on this tonight, today, wherever we're at. I followed along with your staff reports, and you voted almost 100% what the staff recommended. What the applicant is asking for is nothing more than a game of cat and mouse. Mr. Pogue has met with probably most everybody in this room at one point in time or the other since he's on this property. So to show up today, take time off work, as Mr. Brown said, and come here and, get told, oh, we want to ask for something different, is not right to us as members of the community. The infrastructure, I mean, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, but I live on Shell Creek. And everybody that lives downstream and upstream from Shell Creek should be very concerned about this. His description of the creek is very accurate. I built my home on the piece of property that I own outside of the floodplain. Well, the floodplain maps are done every 5 years. So if we add 50, 60, how many ever roofs and streets, the only natural flow for that piece of property is into Shell Creek. So in 5 years from now, when FEMA updates their maps, is that going to put my home? Is that going to redesignate my home into a floodplain? So there's a lot more to this than, oh, we want 2 acres or we want to meet in with the community. That's I'm sorry, it's just not, it's not right. He knows how to find us. And we've met with him plenty of times over the last 3 or 4 or 5 times that he's come in front of you and the city council and the corporation commission. So to say that they didn't have time to reach the community, they filed this in October. I do believe is what the date is. That's ample time. So I would ask for you to vote on it tonight. To touch on the infrastructure, it's not there. The school, I'm a school board member at Banner Public Schools. We have kids in closets. We have kids in closets. We have 15 kids in a 300 square foot closet. We've just purchased more portables. The place is busting at its seam, and we've not been able to keep up with the growth that Yukon, you know, we take a portion of Yukon. And we're trying to get ahead of that, but to add, you know, we have a development in the county. 62 homes built right behind our school in the county, so nothing we could do. We're taking those. We add, you know, 50 more roofs in the next 2-3 years. It won't be, I mean, the school will not be desirable for children, and the education would suffer, you know, with adding this along with other communities in our neighborhood. So that's all I have. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Commissioner Powers?
Actually, the question I had, I think maybe I've answered it for myself. When we talk about these kinds of plan amendments and services and so on, service areas, we talk about, you know, foreseeable future, or, and I was struck by a particular phrase that was similar to, but not exactly that. And I was wondering if staff could enlighten us on the issue of you know, what would be the range of that foreseeable future? I mean, is there, maybe that's a question that answers itself. Foreseeable is foreseeable, I guess. You know, are we talking 5 years, 10 years, 20 years before we would think that this area could possibly be ripe for development, or are the conditions in the area such that it's not likely ever to happen? I'm curious.
Well, I'll start and answer that, but go ahead and Dustin, I think you're probably going to need to speak to it as well. But depending on the type of facility, maybe generally speaking, it's, you know, there are no plans for example, fire stations. There have been no discussions about it, in part because, you know, development is so far away, or in the case of utilities isn't planning on any active capacity improvements because, you know, it's you know, development is so far away. So.
And so what, I mean, that's great, perfect. So because development so far away, so I mean, does that just automatically, given the way the city works, the way it identifies and prioritizes and funds, I mean, are we just, you know, bare minimum, we're talking 10 years, we're talking 15 years, we're talking 20 years. Can you even ballpark that for me?
Well, yeah, in fact, when we did Plan OKC, we did multiple decades, but we also looked at kind of a 20-year horizon and even a 10-year, and that's one of the reasons why we have, for example, in the Northwest and Southwest areas, we planned for some what we felt was a generous portion of growth area for UL, for urban low. Well, it turns out the last decade we had record-breaking growth, and you know, there really was no way we could have predicted that. Like, we hadn't seen that kind of growth in maybe ever, at least the decades as far back as we could see. So sometimes things happen, and, you know, most people would say, well, that's a good thing, we've grown so fast, but
some people would say the opposite.
Yeah. A lot of folks in this room might say the opposite.
It certainly has been challenging in
Yes.
a lot of ways, we'll put it that way.
But, you know, these areas were designated as either urban future or agricultural preserve because it was at least a decade and probably much more where we felt like, you know, it's going to be getting to a point where it's going to be either urbanized or we'll get services close by. But I don't know, Dustin, maybe Yeah, I know you guys have done some planning, long-range planning work in the southwest quadrant, but.
Yeah, and the major issue out there, out in the west, is the sanitary sewer. We look at that, we're trying to do a master plan, and there was discussion, even with the city of Yukon, to be able to go into a joint share and, be able to build a new wastewater plant somewhere out there, or even increase the city of Yukon's treatment plant, and we buy capacity from them, because we realize that basin out there there's just no infrastructure out there. And as you know, as a city, policy is that the utilities doesn't expand the system. It's the responsibilities of the developers to be able to expand the system. So the only way that sanitary sewer and water is going to get out there is through the development of the land. We do currently have a 12-inch line that goes up there, and one of the reasons why that's up there is because the city of El Reno purchases water for us, and so that's the main reason for that line. And that line is there to be able to help supply them, and there's some businesses, and there was some other development that is taking place just right there off of I-40 in Cimarron that are tapped off that line as well. But what the city of El Reno is continually want to increase their capacity, which is continually decreasing the capacity of that line. And then also legally, where this subdivision is at is, like it was discussed, is Canadian County Water Authority currently has a system there. So according to federal law, that they have a federal loan or for their facilities, that they have to release that property and say that we will not serve them, and we release this for us to be able to go in there and to serve them. But so if they get water from the Canadian County Water Authority, and then, if they have a sufficient capacity, then that's fine with, that's them. And so with this, with the septic, then you're looking at, 3/4 acre lots if it was zoned R1. And so long term, I'm 20 years plus that I see the system expansion getting out there. It just all depends on the rate of development, and as we increase it, and as the developers want to do it, that's kind of where we're at it. I mean, if you have a lot of developers wanting to purchase land and want to continue to expand the city out that way, then the system will get there. But unfortunately, I think the sewer is going to be the major issue out there always. Water's easy because it's pressurized, you can pump it. Sewer is, that's where it's harder through gravity and everything. But as from a utility standpoint, that's where I see, 20, 30 years out in the future that will be developed. But eventually it will, because as we know, we're continuing to grow, and as the system continues to grow and purchase land, it will get there. So.
So, we've talked about these areas before that have, problematic development patterns sort of built into them. The leapfrogging of services is a real issue, and is a real problematic issue in terms of funding. I mean, that's just, you're creating a situation and then, adding on to it bit by bit. I mean, maybe it's just a personal thing. Over the years, I have come to really be concerned about serving properties with septic and wells that are, increasingly smaller in size. And not only does it, have impact on the environment in a variety of ways, but it also has that impact for, thoughtful growth and sustainably, financially reasonable growth of the city and the services that it provides. This is not an easy question. Well, maybe it's easier than I think it is. I'm having a hard time seeing that it's appropriate for us to change this.
I'm in agreement. I think it's appropriately zoned. The overlays are correct, and the comprehensive plan has it right. Maybe in the future that will change, but
it sounds like that's a long way off.
Yeah, one thing that
The comprehensive plan was finished 7 years ago, and we're talking about a decade. We're there. This is two miles away from an interchange on I-40. It's 3 miles away from neighborhoods already established. It's really not that far out.
3 miles is a pretty good distance, so you just look at the satellite view.
As fast as Yukon's moved west, it's not that far.
Yeah, one of the things that the utilities are having, our biggest challenge is, as Commissioner Powers is right, is about the leapfrogging and just system development in general. Currently, right now, is we're trying to fight and trying to change the system development charges, or looking at it, because currently, when we look at the cost of rate study, our system development charges to be able to connect to sewer and water should be around $8,000. Currently, right now, to connect to a sewer is $1,000 and so it's $1,100 per home. So those system development charges are there to be able to increase the capacity, to be able to increase that 12-inch line to a 16-inch line. But since our system development charges they're so low and not comparative to other cities, that it's hard for us to do it because we don't have the finances to do it. So that's something that, as utilities, that we have a challenge to be able to change and are working towards to try to help fix that, to be able to help solve some of this low demand things, and as system grows, to be able to help provide that capacity.
I think another part of this, and you hinted at it with bringing up the septic and the idea of whether it's what an appropriate lot size is. We know what the state regulations are, and we are having a study session about that, and we discussed this in the pre-meeting that's coming. What probably needs to be a part of that discussion, regardless of how we vote today or in the future, is we need to address sprawl in Oklahoma City and how aggressively we as this commission are going to be enforcing and dealing with sprawl as a problem. And the leapfrogging issue is part of it, and I'm certain that that's part of our neighbors' objections. Is, this is not the urban core. To Commissioner Noble's point, though, growth is happening, and so what is the appropriate way for us to deal with a constantly changing environment, and that's challenging. So we do want.
I would have to say about that, and to Commissioner Noble's comment, the plan also calls for these things to be put in place, like the agricultural reserve. During the time that I've sat on the commission, right after the adoption of the plan, we were very strong about employment reserve and agricultural reserve, and we enable growth here, and we even direct it. We have a tendency to let the market control where it goes, but even that is directing it in a way. It's a choice that we're making. And it's a choice that we make pretty regularly in a way that's not really consistent with the concept of the plan, which was very, very, very much driven by concerns about sprawl. So.
That makes sense.
I was going to say good afternoon, but I'll say good evening now.
Okay.
And I want to congratulate each of you on your endurance. You've already surpassed the average attention span of an orthopedic surgeon. My name's Warren Lowe, and I'm an orthopedic surgeon at McBride Orthopedic Hospital. And if I can have 6 minutes and 34 seconds, I'll end your misery. I'm also a representative of the West Yukon Neighbors Association, and for over 35 years, I've lived on the quarter section that adjoins Mr. Pogue's property. My address is 508 North Cimarron Road. Again, first and foremost, I'd like to thank each member of the commission for volunteering your time and especially your patience to serve the residents of our city. We applaud you for your faithfulness and the sincerity with which you carry out your charge. I hope that each member of the commission received the booklet that we prepared to delineate the reasons why we oppose Mr. Pogue's rezoning application. Facilities and infrastructure adversely affected by Mr. Pogue's rezoning application would include Cimarron Road and 10th Street, which are both neglected, 2-lane, unmarked, chip seal, country roads that are poorly maintained and often neglected. A neighborhood of 120 homes with 2 vehicles each would add an additional 250 vehicles of road traffic. Currently, the roads are already abused by the heavy oil field traffic and dirt trucks and create a hazard, especially for the Banner school buses. Clarence E. Page Airport on Cimarron Road has approximately 100 aircraft based at its facility, including small jets, with over 25,000 aircraft operations per year. Last month, a Beechcraft Bonanza crashed at the airport, killing 3 individuals. If this aircraft had landed in the proposed residential neighborhood, the death toll and destruction could have been devastating. Another thought, if the neighborhood had been constructed first, would you give permission to build an airport directly across the street? Banner School is the available K through 8th grade facility that services this area. It is already under pressure from the 260 pupils it serves. Adding 120 homes with an average of 2 children each would almost double its census at a cost of $10,475 per student, which is the average per pupil spending in Oklahoma in 2019-2020, would create an additional cost of $2.5 million each year, as well as the cost of doubling the facility and the number of teachers. Building a neighborhood of this size would also require bringing in water resources as well as sewage. Since everyone in the area has septic tanks, a concern would be runoff or leakage into Shell Creek and the North Canadian River, which is part of the Oklahoma City drinking water supply. Not only from the septic tanks it would endanger, but the runoff of fertilizer, insecticides, and the Shell Creek is on a downhill drain from this property. Since the neighborhood is in a semi-rural no man's land on the far side of Oklahoma City, we have very poor emergency service coverage. There is no consistent police presence other than for the occasional Canadian County Sheriff, and the nearest Oklahoma City Fire Station, number 33, is approximately 10 miles away. The land in question is currently zoned AA Agricultural Preservation. Zoning regulations state the AA district creates and preserves areas intended primarily for agricultural purposes. It permits low-intensity development along with certain essential commercial and institutional uses. As stated, the current zoning regulations are designed to, quote, encourage and protect agricultural uses on a permanent basis, or until such time as urbanization takes place. There are no retail or urban facilities within miles of this property. The nearest homes not on 5 acres are 3 to 4 miles away, which I clocked this past weekend, and I think those neighborhoods have been referred to. Rezoning this land to 1 acre lots would not accommodate urbanization that had naturally evolved, but would artificially create urbanization by arbitrary decree. There are 2 ongoing neighborhood developments in the area nearby, both just south of Reno, one on Cimarron Road and one on Richland Road. These developments have respected the zoning regulations and are building numerous $500,000 houses on 5 acre lots. One of our primary concerns, however, is Mr. Pogue's lack of credibility in observing local zoning regulations and applicable laws. On July the 19th, 2016, the Oklahoma City Council passed a resolution directing the city attorney, Kenneth Jordan, to file an injunction in district court to enjoin Pogue Land Investments, LLC, from operating an illegal mining operation on this property.
Hang on.
Under
hang
this
on, hang
pressure,
He's getting into previous lawsuits filed against my client.
no,
that have
I'm
nothing
talking
to do
about
with
the
this application.
credibility of what's
The
going to happen
credibility
to
of my
this land.
client is not what is at issue here.
This is the Oklahoma City Council passed a resolution instructing Mr. Jordan to file in district court to enjoin Pogue Land Investments, LLC, from operating an illegal mining operation on this property. Under this pressure, Mr. Pogue agreed to immediately cease strip mining and selling the dirt, and the Oklahoma City Council passed the resolution with an amendment not to seek the injunction unless Mr. Pogue resumed mining, and also gave him 5 days to restore the damage to the land. It has been 7 years,
Sir,
and Mr.
sir,
Pogue...
to their point, we are here about the comp plan amendment and whether or not this is appropriate.
Okay.
I understand that you have some anger towards Mr. Pogue, and I'm not weighing in one way or the other about him and his character.
May I read 2 more sentences not relating to that?
Because you're already over your time, and I know
Okay.
you've waited a long time, so I wanted to make sure you were heard, so.
You can nickname me Mr. Washington.
Okay.
The above is a small capsule of some of the reasons why we oppose Mr. Pogue's rezoning application. If Mr. Pogue were content with building homes on 5-acre lots as other developers are doing, that would give him 24 homes to build, which is a significant number. This would provide for growth and development of the area, and the West Yukon neighbors would sincerely welcome Mr. Pogue and his development to our neighborhood. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Govine, certainly, go ahead. Oh, please, go ahead. Please.
My name is Jessica Cox, 2417 Ryder Drive, and I would like to purchase a 5-acre tract from Mr. Pogue. However, the Browns have brought it up that they do not want anything there. They've been problematic from the very beginning, and they've made it a point that they don't really care that it stays agricultural preserve, going as far as firing guns, which I believe is illegal in the city limits, on opening day of bow season while my husband and child are hunting legally on the property. So that goes to show just where they stand, I feel. And I also want to say that he brought up that Oklahoma City does supply him with water. So if I were to buy a 5-acre tract from Mr. Pogue and I wanted the city to bring the water another few hundred yards, and you guys were to deny that, is that discriminatory? Because he's saying that it's there, but it's just not that great. So that was a point that was brought up. And then I see where you guys have said you intend to bring services there, just not yet. So I guess where I'm coming from is how, when you guys annex that land, how could you expect people to live there without servicing them? And I do believe that the comprehensive plan was set after he purchased it. So I heard one of the other neighbors bring up the fact that the airplane crashed at C.E. Page Airport. My family is also pilots. We understand that things like this do happen, but if it were a risk to have a house next to an airport, Wiley Post and Will Rogers World Airport wouldn't be completely surrounded with residential housing. So I feel as some of the arguments that were brought up here are purely for the fact that they have a vengeance against Mr. Pogue, not potentially anybody that wants to come in and build a house on a 5-acre tract. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we?
I'm all for building homes out there. I just think they should be on 5-acre tracts.
Do we want to vote on the motion to continue? Do we want to vote on the motion to deny? Sounds like at least Commissioner Govine's willing to make the motion to deny the comp plan amendment. Let's start there.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion. Excuse me, I've lost my page now. What is the right number? I'm 31. Sorry. Let me get the right case. Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend denial of CPA 2022-00006.
The motion before the commission is to recommend denial of denying the application for the comp plan amendment. To be clear, a vote yes, is there a second?
Yes.
A vote yes is to deny. So that is always confusing, but I just want to be clear. If you are voting yes, you are opposed to the comp plan change. Okay? I know that's confusing. So it's been moved and properly seconded that we deny the application to change the comp plan amendment. Commissioner Claire?
Yay.
Commissioner Claire votes yes. Commissioner Powers?
Yes.
Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Nay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Yay.
I also vote yes. The comp plan amendment is denied. We are now in line for item 32.
This is case PC 10858, application to rezone 1100 North Cimarron Road from AA to RA 1 acre.
I'm going to avoid wasting everybody's time. I mean, again, we'd like the continuance, but I just submit it to the commission.
The comp plan amendment's been denied. So the question before us is, do we continue this item and allow further conversations about the rezoning and further negotiations? It would obviously, any changes would be contrary to the comp plan itself. So that's important for us to consider. Thoughts on that before we move forward?
You know, I think that the appropriate motion at this point is to deny, and we'll see how that plays out. So I would move to deny item number 32, PC 10858.
I second.
Let me ask real
Oh, sorry.
quick, is that end up being a recommendation to city council?
Yes, because it's the rezoning.
For that reason, should we not be like indefinitely continuing it? It just seems weird. We're going to send this to the city council with a recommendation to deny when it's.
We've done it before.
What if they're confused?
I mean,
I don't know.
we
We
have
do?
sent other
Okay.
rezoning proposals. We have sent to the city council recommending denial of the
Sure,
rezone.
but when they're inconsistent, since we just denied the other one is my concern, but that's okay. All right.
No, our
Staff will make sure they understand.
to-
Yeah, okay.
I think our action is consistent.
Right. That's the issue, is that we usually go follow consistency with, if we're going to approve the comp plan amendment and make sure it squares with the zoning. Can't say that that's always the case. Well, I shouldn't say we always do it. We often do that.
We try
But
to
I
do
think
that.
the city council is not quite as, and I mean this in the kindest way possible, maybe a little bit more open to voting differently than us. Was that well said?
Yeah, and they'd rather us make some kind of recommendation than just
sending it on.
whatever, yeah.
Yeah. The motion before the commission is to deny, is to recommend denial of PC 10858. It's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Commissioner Claire?
Yay.
Commissioner Powers? Commissioner Privet?
Yay.
Commissioner Hinkle? Commissioner Govine?
Yay.
Commissioner Noble?
Yay.
Commissioner LaForge?
Yes.
I also vote yes. The recommendation is that we deny, we recommend denial of PC 10858 to the city council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Problem, David.
We are now in line for, item 33 has been continued. And I believe that is our last item for consideration.
That is correct.
We're now in line for communications and reports. Planning Commission committees. Do committees have any reports in this late hour? I don't believe so. Planning Commission members. Commissioner Claire.
Nothing for me?
Commissioner Powers.
Big congratulations to Sarah Welch.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we're going to find her to be enormously good at her job, I'm guessing. She always has been, always will be. She's, always, and all the time that I've been working with her, she's always been very focused on sort of getting to yes, She's always willing to go that little extra mile to get things done. She clearly cares passionately about what she's doing, and I think we're lucky to have her.
All right.
You're here.
I agree. She's awesome.
That's it. Yeah, go Sarah.
Commissioner Hinkle.
I was glad to see, or when I heard can crack open, that Rusty was actually drinking a Diet Coke then. Because I heard that and I looked over there and went, it's not even that late into this yet.
Right.
So, for the record.
That's your report? That's my report. And I love it. Commissioner Govine.
Nothing from me.
Commissioner Noble. Nothing. Commissioner LaForge.
Nothing.
I also want to second our congratulations to Sarah. I also, because Sarah, you're awesome. We're excited for you. And I know it was a long meeting, so I appreciate your patience. I wanted us to talk about study sessions. I'll just ask that Jeff, maybe if you could send an email to us with maybe a outline of the potential study sessions, and then we can hear about that and maybe weigh in that way. We are not meeting again in January. For the rest of January, we'll see each other again in February. But again, appreciative of your patience as we try to work through some of these delicate issues all day. Okay, Planning Department?
Again, congratulations to Sarah. I couldn't have said it better than you all did already. I'm excited for her and to work with her. We've got a lot of good things coming for the city and for you all. The other thing, just wanted to mention, training is coming up in March. Well, we should be getting the usual, for those of you who are new to the commission, we typically do in the first quarter of the year a training, which for the new people is obviously the first time, and we are able to go into a little more depth than we did in the trainings that we've already done. And then for people who have been on the commission a while, it's a good refresher. Hopefully it's a good refresher. And if you have comments, please send them my way. We're always looking for ways to improve. So that's all I have.
All right. Municipal Counselor's Office. Citizens to be heard. You may. Please come to. Yep.
Adam Slattery, Chauffeur Road. I would just like to thank you all for listening to the citizens with the back and forth and taking the time that it was due and getting this done for us this evening. So thank you.
Thank you.
I know it's 10 more seconds, I'm sorry, but thank you.
Any other citizens to be heard? Other business? Seeing as we've reached the end of our agenda, we are now adjourned.